What if the echoes of ancient giants still whisper in the shadows of our world, their tales too monstrous to be forgotten? In a time when the earth trembled beneath their colossal feet, a forbidden narrative unfolded, a struggle between the divine and the damned, where beings of immense power and insatiable hunger roamed the land. The Book of Giants, a long-lost scroll, holds the remnants of their mythic saga, a tale of ruin and revenge, a prophecy that heralded their doom. Beneath the moon's silver gaze, a storm brews over the arid landscape, swirling dust into the air as if the very earth is alive with secrets. In the distance, figures loom on the horizon, their shadows stretching like nightmares across the barren ground. Giants long forgotten, whose very existence challenges the fabric of sanity. Their eyes, twin abysses of rage and sorrow, scan the land for answers, for power, for redemption. They know their time is running out, and the whispers of their fate beckon from the darkness. As thunder rumbles ominously, two giants, Oni and Gilgamesh, stand locked in a moment of despair, their colossal forms silhouetted against the tempest. They are bound by blood and betrayal, a bond that once forged legends now teetering on the brink of destruction. The skies crackle with the electricity of their confrontation, each heartbeat a countdown to an inevitable clash that could shatter the world. What does it mean to be a giant in a world that has forgotten you? The answer hangs like a noose around their necks. A reckoning is at hand, one that will leave no stone unturned. Across the expanse, whispers of a hidden prophecy intertwine with the wind, the words curling around fate like smoke. The fallen watchers, once celestial guardians, now lay trapped between the worlds of men and gods, their own transgressions echoing through time. Their offspring, the Nephilim, roam the earth, caught in the throes of their own monstrous legacy, struggling against the weight of their lineage. Will they rise to fulfill their dark destiny, or will the chains of their past ensnare them forever? The air thickens as the prophecy unfolds, a riddle wrapped in blood and fire, an eternal struggle between destruction and salvation. The giants' anguished howls pierce the night, a lamentation of what once was and what could never be again. Shadows dance around them, the weight of their choices pressing down like 1,000 boulders. Betrayals simmer just beneath the surface, and with each passing moment, the tension climbs, a taut wire threatening to snap. What is the price of immortality? What sacrifices must be made to reclaim lost glory? As the storm moves closer, the ground shakes with anticipation, every creature sensing the cataclysm brewing in the depths of history. The Book of Giants is not merely a story. It is a tapestry of climactic tensions, woven from the fabric of celestial conflicts, human frailty, and the haunting echo of long-forgotten prophecies. As the first flash of lightning splits the sky, the answers lie just beyond reach, waiting to be unearthed in a world on the brink of annihilation. The giants are stirring, and with them, a legacy that could reshape the very essence of existence. In the dusty corners of history, a whisper lingers, a tale of giants who once walked the earth, their shadows stretching long across ancient landscapes. This isn't merely a myth. It's a haunting echo of a time when the line between the divine and the human blurred in a chaotic dance of ambition and ruin. The Book of Giants emerges from this tumult, its pages stained with the ink of lost civilizations and the secrets of a world long forgotten. As the sun began to set over the rugged hills of ancient Persia, a group of scribes gathered in the flickering light of an oil lamp. Their faces were etched with worry and longing, for they were chroniclers of a world that had seen too much: wars that ravaged the land, floods that swallowed cities whole, and a divine anger that could only be appeased through stories. They pored over fragments of texts, piecing together a narrative that connected the heavens and the earth, the celestial and the monstrous. It was a time when the legends of the Nephilim, the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men, were not merely stories to frighten children. These were the giants who roamed the earth, being so colossal that their very existence threatened the balance of creation. In the Book of Giants, they were not just figures of folklore. They were living, breathing entities with hopes and fears, anger and sorrow. The scribes felt an urgency to record their plight, to give voice to the voiceless, and to capture the essence of their tragic fate. The ancient Near East was a melting pot of cultures, each vying for dominance, and amidst this turmoil, tales of giants flourished. The echoes of Babylonian myths, the ancient Sumerians' epic poetry, and the wisdom of the early Hebrews intertwine in a rich tapestry, creating a historical backdrop that feels alive with tension. These giants were not just isolated beings. They were part of a cosmic drama that played out against the backdrop of divine wrath and human frailty. The scribes knew their work was vital, a lifeline to a forgotten past that still tugged at the hearts of men. In the shadows of crumbling ziggurats and towering temples, the giants' stories resonated among the people. Each tale was a warning, a lesson about hubris, power, and the consequences of defying the will of the Creator. The giants, with their immense strength and unparalleled knowledge, became tragic symbols of what it meant to challenge fate. They were both a marvel and a menace, their existence echoing through generations, leaving a trail of despair and destruction. The scribes crafted their words with trembling hands, aware that they were walking a fine line between reverence and rebellion. They poured their fears and hopes into the pages, conjuring images of fierce battles between the giants and celestial beings sent to restore balance. The giants' desperation and fury ignited the ink as they faced a destiny that seemed all but sealed. The scribes felt the weight of history pressing down on them, knowing that their narratives would shape the way future generations understood these towering figures. At that moment, the air was thick with anticipation, and the flickering light danced upon the walls, casting eerie shadows that seemed to mimic the giants themselves. The scribes spoke of dreams and visions, of a great flood that would wash away the earth, of the giants' lamentation as they realized their fate was intertwined with humanity's. Each word they wrote dripped with emotion, capturing the essence of creatures that were both magnificent and tragic. As the final words were etched onto the parchment, a sense of foreboding filled the room. Outside, the winds howled with a force that seemed to echo the despair within. The giants were not merely victims. They were also part of a grander narrative, a struggle between good and evil, life and death. The scribes understood that the Book of Giants was more than a collection of tales. It was a mirror reflecting the very essence of humanity's greatest fears and aspirations. In the annals of time, the Book of Giants would find itself in the hands of many, scholars, priests, and wanderers alike, and each reader would feel the tremors of its truth resonate in their souls. The giant's story was a reminder that even the most powerful beings could fall, that pride could lead to ruin, and that the forces of nature could wipe the slate clean, starting anew with each cycle of life. As the night deepened, the scribes looked at each other, aware that they had captured something profound, something that would reverberate through the ages. Their eyes glistened with both fear and hope, knowing that they had given breath to the giants, letting their stories spill forth into the world like a river overflowing its banks. The tension hung in the air, a palpable force that connected the past to the present, urging those who followed to remember, to listen, and to learn. With the oil lamp flickering low, casting shadows that danced like spirits eager to be freed, the scribes felt their hearts race. They had birthed a narrative that would challenge the minds of many, one that would refuse to be silenced. The giants were alive once more, and their tales would echo through time, reminding all who dared to dream of what it meant to be both powerful and powerless in a world governed by forces beyond understanding. The Book of Giants was not just a text. It was a testament to human ambition, divine wrath, and the unyielding spirit of storytelling that binds us all together. The desert sun hung low in the sky, casting shadows over the rugged terrain of the ancient land of Qumran. Dust swirled like spirits in the air as a group of archaeologists, driven by an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, unearthed what seemed to be a forgotten chapter of humanity's story. They had been searching for remnants of the past, but what they found was an echo of a world filled with giants, creatures of legend that walked alongside, and perhaps even fought against, mankind. As the day wore on, excitement rippled through the team. Hands trembling with anticipation, they brushed away centuries of earth to reveal a clay jar nestled in the rock face. The jar, weathered yet resolute, whispered promises of untold stories hidden within its confines. With careful precision, they pried it open, and their hearts raced as sheets of ancient parchment unfurled like the wings of a great bird taking flight. This was no ordinary find. It was the Book of Giants. Each fragment of parchment bore inscriptions in an ancient script, revealing a narrative that spoke of the Nephilim, the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men. The stories of these giants, towering figures who roamed the earth, filled with both grandeur and despair, unfolded like a tapestry woven with human emotion and cosmic wonder. The archaeologists grasped the weight of what lay before them, realizing that they had stumbled upon something far more than mere words. They had unearthed dreams, fears, and ancient memories. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet, the team gathered around a small table set up under a makeshift tent. They spread the fragments out, their eyes wide with astonishment. The text spoke of a celestial battle, a struggle between good and evil, where these giants, caught in the tides of divine will, faced their own demise. Their hearts sank as they read tales of sorrow, of giants besieged by their own hubris, calling down wrath upon themselves. One archaeologist, Sarah, felt a shiver run down her spine as she traced her fingers over the brittle parchment. The words sang to her, igniting her imagination. She could almost see the giants, towering and magnificent, their shadows casting ominous figures against the backdrop of a world that could not contain them. She imagined their struggles, their hopes, and their ultimate fall, and it left her breathless. But the excitement was tinged with unease. The Book of Giants hinted at dark themes, speaking of a flood that would wash away the wickedness of the earth. It was a foreshadowing that sent chills through the group. What had these giants done to deserve such a fate? Were they mere victims of a cruel twist of fate, or had they brought destruction upon themselves? The answers remained elusive, hidden behind the veil of time. That night, as the stars twinkled like ancient witnesses overhead, the archaeologists huddled around a fire, their minds racing with the implications of their discovery. They were not just scholars. They were guardians of a profound truth that tied them to a time long gone. With each word they deciphered, they felt the weight of history pressing down on them, a palpable reminder of the fragility of existence. The following days were a whirlwind of discovery and tension. As they pieced together the fragments of the Book of Giants, they learned of the giants' dreams and fears, their battles against monstrous foes, and their heart-wrenching losses. The giants were not simply beings of brute strength. They were complex creatures shaped by their experiences. Some pages told of a giant named Og, who towered over the land, a king of strength and terror, yet also of sorrow. What haunted him in the twilight of his reign? What dreams had he sacrificed at the altar of pride? The archaeologists felt a connection to these characters, a bond that transcended time. The fear of failure, the quest for significance, and the ache of loss echoed through the ages, weaving a tapestry of shared human experience. In that moment, they realized that these ancient giants were reflections of their own struggles that spanned across millennia. Amidst this emotional storm, unease began to settle in. Whispers among the team grew louder, questioning the implications of their findings. Was humanity truly prepared for the knowledge contained in the Book of Giants? The world outside continued to spin, indifferent to the tumult within the hearts of those who wielded the power of ancient secrets. In the shadows of the desert, a sense of foreboding loomed. Then, one fateful afternoon, the team uncovered a larger fragment that seemed to shimmer under the light. It depicted a great council of giants, heads bowed in somber deliberation, faces etched with worry. The air grew thick with tension as they deciphered the text, realizing it spoke of a prophecy, a warning of a great flood that would cleanse the earth once more. The giants were not mere players. They were participants in a cosmic drama that echoed through the ages, a cycle of creation and destruction. With every word, the weight of their discovery grew heavier. They were not just witnesses to history, they were embroiled in it. Could the history of giants hold lessons for their own time? As they wrestled with this question, the wind howled outside, a reminder of nature's indifference to humanity's plight. Days turned into nights, and the line between past and present blurred. The team found themselves haunted by dreams of giants, visions of a time where the divine clashed with the earthly. They walked among giants in their sleep, felt the earth tremble beneath the weight of their footsteps. Each dawn brought new revelations, yet also a growing sense of dread. As they gathered once more around the table, illuminated by flickering candlelight, the atmosphere crackled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The Book of Giants was not just a collection of stories. It was a mirror reflecting the very soul of humanity. Who were they to bear such a truth? And what would the world say if it came to light? The air felt electric, charged with the thrill of discovery and the fear of the unknown. The moment hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of revelation. They were standing at the threshold of a new understanding, a bridge between what had been and what could be. Just as they began to piece together the final fragments, a rumble echoed from the depths of the earth, a reminder that the past was not finished with them yet. The line separating myth from reality began to blur once more, and the shadows of giants once again loomed large over the fragile hopes of today. In the shadowy corridors of ancient thought, where whispers of the divine mingled with tales of the monstrous, a book lay hidden beneath layers of dust and neglect. Its pages, yellowed and frail, carried the weight of secrets long forgotten. This was no ordinary text. It was the Book of Giants, a narrative woven with the threads of mythology and cosmic dread, echoing through the ages like a distant thunderclap. The giants, colossal beings birthed from the union of the Watchers and mortal women, towered over the landscapes of their own making. Their existence was a tumultuous blend of power and tragedy, a tale of ambition that spiraled into a catastrophic downfall. They roamed the earth, their footsteps shaking the very ground, their laughter a cacophony that could split the sky. But with great strength came great despair, for the giants were haunted by prophecies, foretelling their own destruction. As the moon hung low in the night sky, casting a pale glow over the desolate landscape, the giants gathered. The air crackled with tension, a mix of fear and defiance. They knew they were destined to fall, yet they could not suppress the fire of their own existence. Their names, Og, Sion, and their kin, were like thunderous echoes of doom, signed into the annals of history by the very hands that had cradled the heavens. Each giant was a reflection of the tumult within, caught between the divine and the mortal, the blessed and the cursed. In the Book of Giants, fragments of their tales revealed their struggles against the looming darkness. They spoke of dreams, ominous visions that tormented their slumber. One giant, with eyes like burning coals, recounted a dream of a great flood, a deluge that would sweep away his kind. His voice trembled as he recited the words, "The earth shall be purged of our footprints, and only silence will remain." Each word dripped with sorrow, a lament for a fate they could not escape. As the pages turned, the ink seemed to bleed with raw emotion. The giants shared stories of their kinship, those moments of camaraderie beneath the stars, where they reveled in their shared power, unbound by the chains of mortality that ensnared the lesser beings. Yet, even in these moments of joy, a shadow lurked, growing ever larger. The weight of their lineage pressed down upon them, like an ancient curse that refused to let go. The Enochian tradition, intertwined with the giants' narrative, added an even deeper layer of intrigue. Enoch, a figure who walked with the divine, had witnessed the giants' rise and fall. His visions were not of grandeur but of sorrow, a warning to the world. The Book of Giants, in its fragmented state, hinted at Enoch's prophetic revelations, cryptically mentioning the fate of the Watchers, the fallen angels who had descended to earth. They had defied the heavens, choosing to intertwine their destinies with humanity, only to find themselves shackled by their desires. The giants, in their arrogance, believed they were untouchable, like the stars that pierced the night sky. But the stars, too, have their own tales of sorrow, and so did the giants. The tradition spoke of the Watcher's judgment, a reckoning that would send shivers down the spine of even the mightiest among them. As the giants faced their doom, they could hear the echoes of Enoch's warnings, reverberating through the ages. The time of reckoning draws near. Amidst the swirling chaos, the atmosphere thickened with despair. Giants who once roamed freely now found themselves trapped in a web of fate, their laughter replaced by cries of anguish. "What is the worth of our power if we cannot escape our destiny?" one giant lamented, his voice a low rumble that seemed to shake the very heavens. They stood on the precipice of annihilation, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that no amount of strength could save them from the inevitable. In the background of this turmoil, great battles loomed like storm clouds on the horizon. The giants, consumed by their desire to defy fate, sought the counsel of Enoch. They yearned to understand their purpose, to grasp the threads of their existence. In their hearts, the flickering flame of rebellion burned bright. They believed they could negotiate with the divine, bargaining for their survival against the cosmic forces that turned against them. As they gathered around the flickering light of a fire, each giant shared their dreams, a blend of ambition and dread, hope and desperation. They spoke of vast kingdoms ruled by their kind, of lands untainted by the touch of humanity. Yet, deep down, they felt the encroaching darkness, the creeping realization that their dreams were but mirages. The Book of Giants captured these moments with vivid imagery, painting a portrait of beings caught in the throes of their own making. And then the moment arrived. The sky darkened, as if reflecting the turmoil within the hearts of the giants. Enoch descended like a comet, a figure of light amidst the encroaching shadows. His presence filled the air with an electric charge, a promise and a warning intertwined. "You have tread too far into the realm of the forbidden," he intoned, his voice resonating with a power that made the earth tremble. "Your fate is sealed, but your story is not yet over." The giants, caught between awe and fear, gazed at the luminescent figure. They felt the weight of their choices pressing down on them. Could they rewrite their destiny? Or were they merely actors in a cosmic play already scripted by the hands of fate? The tension hung in the air, palpable and thick, as Enoch continued. "You must understand the burden of your legacy. The heavens weep for you, but they also call for justice." With each word, the atmosphere shifted. Hope flickered like a dying flame, battling against despair. The giants, though filled with uncertainty, felt a surge of defiance rise within them. They were no longer just colossal beings waiting for judgment. They were warriors in a saga far larger than themselves. And thus, the Book of Giants and the Enochian tradition intertwined, a tapestry of myth and reality, despair and defiance, painting a picture of a world on the brink. As the echoes of their fate reverberated into eternity, the story continued, spiraling into the unknown. Each page a heartbeat in a tale that would never fully end. In the stillness of a moonlit night, shadows danced along the cliffs, whispering stories of titanic figures that roamed the earth. The air crackled with anticipation, thick with the weight of ancient legends that clung to every stone and tree. These were the giants, immense beings who once walked the land, so large that their mere presence could sway the oceans and shake the mountains. In every culture, from the icy fjords of Scandinavia to the sun-kissed shores of Greece, tales of giants emerged, each one unique yet intertwined with the common threads of humanity. The Norse sagas spoke of the Jotnar, the frosty giants, who clashed with the gods in epic battles, their roars echoing through the valleys. The Greek myths introduced the Cyclopes, single-eyed giants who forged thunderbolts for Zeus, embodying raw power yet often harboring a tragic downfall. Their stories wove a tapestry of strength and vulnerability, often leading to catastrophic endings that left entire civilizations trembling in their wake. Consider the giant Goliath, a figure so formidable that he cast a shadow over the battlefield, a living embodiment of fear. His defeat at the hands of a mere shepherd boy named David reverberates through time, a lesson that courage can conquer brute strength. Goliath was not just a monster. He was flesh and blood, a reflection of the struggles that humanity faces, the battle between might and right, the struggle to overcome insurmountable odds. But giants were not mere antagonists. In the stories of the Tuatha Dé Danann from Irish mythology, they were often seen as protectors, guardians of sacred knowledge and ancient lands. These giants were both revered and feared, embodying the dual nature of existence. Their colossal forms were often a metaphor for the battles within oneself, the struggle between light and darkness. The legends told of their wisdom, their connection to the earth, and their ultimate sacrifice for humanity, an echo of the many trials that generations faced. In the rugged highlands of Scotland, the tale of Fingal's Cave emerges, a breathtaking natural wonder said to be the creation of giant Fingal himself. This cave, with its haunting echoes and vibrant colors, is a physical testament to the giant's legacy, a reminder that their stories are carved into the very landscape that surrounds us. The locals speak in hushed tones of Fingal, a figure filled with both bravery and folly, whose adventures reflect the relentless pursuit of dreams and the consequences of hubris. Across the seas in North America, the indigenous tribes share their own narratives filled with giant figures, where the earth and sky are alive with the stories of beings who once walked with humanity. The stories of the Haida and their giant raven, who shaped the world and gifted light to the darkness, resonate deeply, reminding listeners of the delicate balance between creation and destruction. These giants were not just physical entities. They were embodiments of nature's power, spirits woven into the fabric of the land itself. The tension between giants and gods mirrored the struggles of mortals, illustrating the deep-rooted fears and aspirations of societies throughout history. The giants represented the forces of nature, wild, untamed, and often unpredictable. They brought storms that could wipe away entire villages, yet also nurtured the earth, fostering growth and renewal. This duality is what made them compelling figures. They encapsulated the very essence of life, beauty intermingled with chaos. As fires crackled in the flickering light, stories were told, voices rising and falling like the waves crashing against the shore. Children would huddle close, their eyes wide and shimmering with wonder, as elders recounted the epic battles between giants and gods. The tales spun images of brawn and bravery, filled with heart-stopping moments that held the listeners captive. They felt the weight of each struggle, the desperation of each fight, as if the giants themselves were right there, looming large in the shadows. Yet with every tale of glory, there were tales of sorrow. The fall of giants was not just a loss of strength, but a poignant reminder of the fragility of existence. The giants' defeats echoed through the ages, a bitter sweetness that hung in the air long after the stories were told. The legends captured the essence of loss, of dreams that turned to dust, and the echo of footsteps that once thundered across the earth but now faded into myth. As night deepened, the air filled with tension, a palpable energy that suggested there were still secrets waiting to be unearthed. The murmurs of the past became whispers of the present, intertwining the legendary giants with those who now walked the earth. Could it be that remnants of these titanic beings still lingered in the hearts of men, in the shadows of the mountains, or even in the depths of the oceans? An unshakable feeling hung in the air that their stories, though old, were far from over, that perhaps giants still roamed in some form, waiting for the right moment to reemerge. In the flicker of candlelight, as the night drew its dark curtain, the stories of the giants called out, compelling all who listened to ponder their own strength, their own battles. The giants, with their monumental tales, were more than just figures of legend. They were reflections of humanity's struggle against the odds, a reminder that within every heart lies the spirit of a giant, waiting for the chance to rise. And as the last embers glowed, the night deepened with the promise of more tales yet to unfold, a continuous cycle of life and legend, where giants and mortals dance together in the shadows of history. In the dim light of an ancient scroll-lined chamber, the air crackles with mystique and untold stories. The sound of parchment rustling fills the room as a scholar leans in, tracing his finger over faded Hebrew letters. These words speak of the Nephilim, a name that echoes through the ages, igniting both fear and fascination. Whispers of giants who once walked the earth mingle with the hushed tones of the faithful, their tales woven into the very fabric of Jewish tradition. Long ago, in a time when the world was still young and wonders roamed freely, a profound rift marked the heavens and earth. The Nephilim, described in the book of Genesis as the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men, were said to possess an unparalleled stature, towering above ordinary mortals. Images of these beings loomed large in the minds of those who spoke of them, casting long shadows over the narratives of creation and divine judgment. Were they the embodiment of human ambition or a divine warning against crossing celestial boundaries? For centuries, the Jewish sages pondered the meaning of these enigmatic figures. In the Talmud, they explored the implications of the Nephilim's existence, seeing them as both a cautionary tale and a symbol of the perils that accompany unchecked desires. The giants were often portrayed as fierce and unruly, engaging in battles that shook the very foundations of the earth. The tales, rich with metaphor, questioned the morality of humanity. Were the Nephilim merely the products of divine experimentation, or were they reflections of humanity's darkest yearnings? Picture a village in ancient Judea, where the flickering flames of a fire illuminate faces filled with awe and terror. Elders gather in circles, recounting the legends passed down through generations. One elder, with weathered hands and a voice that trembles with age, recounts how the Nephilim were seen as harbingers of doom. It is said that their strength led to chaos, a corruption that spread like wildfire, forcing God to cleanse the earth with the great flood. The villagers listen, captivated and fearful, as they visualize these colossal figures, striding with a grace that belied their size, their eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Yet, the Nephilim were not just tales of destruction. They also bore the weight of existential questions. Could they symbolize the unbridled potential within humanity? The Kabbalists, with their esoteric wisdom, linked the Nephilim to the concept of the divine spark within every person. They argued that while the giants represented the extremes of human behavior, they also reflected the potential for greatness. In their reflections, the Nephilim served as mirrors, challenging the faithful to confront their own ambitions and ethical boundaries. This duality turned the giants into figures of both dread and inspiration, as they encapsulated the profound complexity of the human experience. The stories of the Nephilim stirred something primal in the hearts of the people. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the skies, children nestled close to their parents, eyes wide with wonder. The tales transformed into legends of bravery, and the giants became a source of both comfort and fear. Parents warned their children not to stray far into the woods, lest they encounter one of these titanic beings, who might be both protector and predator. The legends morphed with each telling, growing richer with the colors of imagination and the shadows of caution. In the Middle Ages, the Nephilim continued to evolve within Jewish thought. With the rise of mysticism, their narrative intertwined with themes of redemption and the intricate dance of light and darkness. Rabbis debated whether the Nephilim were eternally damned or if they held the potential for redemption. This theological struggle reflected the broader questions faced by humanity. Is there hope for the fallen, or are some fated to wander in despair? The Nephilim, once merely symbols of chaos, became embodiments of the struggle between good and evil, their stories interwoven with the struggles faced by the Jewish people throughout history. In the rich tapestry of Jewish folklore, the Nephilim found new life. Tales of mythical beings intertwined seamlessly with the day-to-day experiences of the community. As the sun set over bustling markets, the stories of giants blended with the laughter and tears of ordinary life, echoing age-old truths that resonated through the ages. The giants were not merely creatures of the past. They became an integral part of the collective consciousness, serving as reminders of the delicate balance between ambition and morality, power and humility. Even now, the influence of the Nephilim lingers in the shadows of Jewish literature and culture, sparking debates and inspiring art that transcends time. From the intricate illustrations in ancient manuscripts to the poetry of contemporary writers, the giant's presence can be felt, a ghostly whisper urging the faithful to confront their own giants, those fears, desires, and moral dilemmas. The Nephilim are not just relics of a bygone era. They stand as eternal symbols, provoking thought and stirring emotion in all who encounter their stories. As the scholar in the chamber turns the page, the candles flicker, casting wild shadows that dance along the walls. The air thickens with anticipation, hinting at the deeper mysteries lurking just beneath the surface. The Nephilim, those towering figures of legend, continue to weave through the fabric of Jewish thought, their shadows stretching into the future. Each story, every interpretation, holds a promise of revelation, a reminder that even the most formidable giants can teach us about our own humanity. The narratives do not merely end here. They pulse with life, begging to be explored as the stories shift and flow into the next chapter, where the echoes of the Nephilim invite yet another inquiry into the nature of existence. In a small, forgotten village nestled between shadowy hills, the sun dipped low, casting long, eerie shadows across cobblestone streets. Children's laughter echoed against crumbling walls, but beneath this quaint facade, a dark tension simmered. The villagers whispered of a curse, a legend that spoke of a battle between light and darkness, of a choice that could tilt the balance of their fates. On one fateful evening, a stranger arrived, cloaked in mystery, with eyes that seemed to glimmer with secrets. Was he a harbinger of hope, or an omen of despair? Beneath the surface of this enchanting tale, the line between good and evil blurred, a theme as old as time itself. The stranger told stories of heroes who fought valiantly against dark forces, yet these tales were painted with shades of gray. The villagers, drawn to his words, were both enthralled and terrified, as if each story brought them closer to a truth they weren't sure they wanted to face. They recalled the tales of their own ancestors, warriors and witches who had once walked these very streets, their choices echoing through generations. Was good really good, and was evil as clear-cut as they believed? As the night thickened, the air grew heavy with anticipation. The flickering lanterns cast an ominous glow on the villagers' faces, revealing a mix of fear and curiosity. They gathered around the stranger, eager to hear more, but each tale he spun unraveled the fabric of their beliefs. One story spoke of a noble knight who, in his quest to save a kingdom, made a fateful decision that jeopardized the very people he swore to protect. The villagers gasped, their eyes wide. How could a hero falter so? Yet the stranger pressed on, weaving tales of a once mighty queen who turned to dark magic to protect her people from an invading force. Her choices, though steeped in desperation, led to devastation. Yet, as he recounted her story, the villagers found themselves torn between admiration for her fierce love and horror at the price she paid. The duality of good and evil emerged like a dark storm cloud, swirling with uncertainty and regret. Outside the circle of light, a chill crept in, and the wind whispered secrets of ancient battles fought long ago. The stranger's voice lowered, becoming a haunting melody as he spoke of the great war between light and darkness. A battle where heroes and villains stood side by side. It was a time when kings and queens sacrificed their humanity in the name of power, and the lines blurred until they vanished altogether. The villagers listened, rapt, their hearts pounding with the realization that anyone could become a villain, given the right circumstances. With each tale, the stranger ensnared their minds and hearts, igniting a flicker of doubt in their beliefs. The heroic figures they had idolized were painted with flaws, and the evil ones wore masks of sorrow. A woman in the back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, recalled her own choices. Had her desperate attempts to protect her family pushed her into a darkness she could not escape? As the moon rose high, casting a silver hue on the gathering, the atmosphere shifted. Fear gripped the hearts of those who listened, and the stranger's voice took on an urgent tone. He spoke of a prophecy long forgotten, a decision that could either restore balance or plunge the village into chaos. The villagers felt a weight heavy upon their shoulders, a burden they had never anticipated. Each life, each choice, intertwined like threads in a tapestry that told a story of love, betrayal, and the struggle for redemption. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, shattering the spell of the night. The villagers turned, hearts racing, to see a young boy, face pale with terror, clutching a blood-stained rag. "They're coming!" he cried, eyes wide with fear. The village was under threat, and in that instant, the stories transformed into a living nightmare. Panic spread like wildfire. The tension that had simmered transformed into chaos as the villagers scrambled for safety. In the midst of it all, the stranger remained calm, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "This is what I meant," he called out. "The battle between good and evil is not just a tale, it is a living reality. In moments of crisis, will you rise to the occasion, Or will the darkness consume you? As the villagers prepared to confront their fears, a palpable energy crackled in the air. Heroes emerged, their hearts pounding not only with courage but also with the nagging doubt of their own capabilities. Could they truly combat the evil that threatened to engulf their world? The duality of their spirits, fear and bravery, warred within them, each side calling for attention, each cry echoing in their minds. The village erupted into chaos, the sound of clashing swords and desperate shouts reverberating against the walls. Shadows danced in the flickering light as the villagers faced the unknown, each heart battling its own darkness while striving to protect the light. The stranger watched from the sidelines, his presence a constant reminder of the choices they had to make. In that haunting moment, the villagers realized that the true fight was not just against the tangible forces of evil, but within themselves. The moon hung high, an indifferent observer to the unfolding drama below. With every clash, every desperate plea for help, the villagers felt their humanity tested. Old grudges resurfaced, alliances formed and dissolved in the blink of an eye. Friendships that had blossomed over years were cast aside as the primal instinct for survival took over. They were no longer just villagers. They were individuals grappling with their own darkness, caught in the throes of a battle that threatened to strip them of their very souls. As the night wore on, the line between good and evil became as foggy as the chilling mist that enveloped the village. Each swing of the sword, each anguished cry, blurred the boundaries of their identities, pushing them deeper into the abyss. And as the final echoes of the battle reverberated through the air, a deep realization settled upon the hearts of the villagers. They were both the architects of their fate and the captives of their choices, forever entwined in the dance of light and shadow. The story, much like the night, had only just begun. In the shadows of ancient scrolls, a world teetered on the brink of chaos, where titans roamed the earth with feet that could shake mountains. Their echoes still linger in the whispers of the wind, telling tales of mighty figures whose destinies intertwined with that of humanity. Each character in the Book of Giants carries a weight that draws the reader in, wrapping them in the fabric of a time where giants clashed and dreams turned to nightmares. First among them stands Ohia, a colossal being whose very presence demanded reverence. Known for his towering stature and unparalleled strength, Ohia was not merely a figure of brute force. His heart housed a tempest of emotions, a storm brewing beneath the surface. He was a protector of his kin, yet beneath the veneer of strength lay a deep struggle. The giants were burdened by their own creation, the Nephilim, hybrid beings born of divine and earthly unions, who began to cause strife among the people. Ohia felt the weight of this chaos. Every time he used his immense power to protect, he felt a piece of himself slipping away, swallowed by the turbulence of the world around him. Then there was Haya, a figure cloaked in mystery and wisdom. His eyes held the knowledge of countless ages, and his voice resonated with the truths of existence. As the sage among the giants, Haya was a beacon of hope, but even the brightest light cast shadows. He often found himself pondering the fate of his kind, torn between guiding them toward redemption or battling the inevitable decline. His visions of the future haunted him, images of desolation and ruin, gripping his heart with icy fingers. The burden of foresight could be a blessing or a curse, and it was a line Haya walked with trembling resolve. Next came the fierce and fiery Marduk, whose passion ignited the air around him. He lived for the thrill of battle, his heart racing with the promise of glory and conquest. To him, the giants were warriors destined to reclaim the lost honor of their race. Yet, in the midst of war cries and clashing swords, Marduk's spirit flickered between exhilaration and despair. Each victory tasted of ashes, leaving him hungry for something more profound, an acknowledgement that would never come. The battlefield became both his sanctuary and his prison, where the screams of the fallen echoed like a haunting song. Amidst them floated the ethereal figure of Astaroth, a giant whose beauty was rivaled only by her tragic fate. She danced through realms unseen, her laughter hidden behind veils of sorrow. Gifted with the power to weave dreams, Astaroth had the ability to shape reality with her thoughts. But the giant's plight weighed heavily upon her soul. As she spun webs of hope for her kin, she also felt their despair seep into her spirit. The very dreams she created turned to nightmares, twisting in on themselves, as if the universe conspired against her. Each night, she sought solace in the stars, hoping to find answers that eluded her grasp. Then there was Anu, the elder giant, whose age was marked not just in years but in the wisdom of many lifetimes. He sat, ancient and weathered, beneath the sprawling branches of a tree that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. With a voice as deep as the earth itself, Anu shared stories of the giant's glorious past, igniting a flicker of pride in the hearts of those who listened. But pride came with a price. In his tales, he often glimpsed the shadows of regret, moments when choices led to untold suffering. Anu's shoulders bore the burden of his people's fate, and as he peered into the abyss, he wondered if he had done enough to guide them away from destruction. At the edge of their world loomed the enigmatic figure of Samyaza, a giant torn between loyalty and rebellion. Once a leader of the fallen, he grappled with his choices, weighed down by the chains of betrayal. Samyaza was drawn to the allure of power, but with that came a devastating price, an insatiable hunger that gnawed at his very essence. He wandered the desolate landscape, haunted by memories of what once was, seeking redemption in a world that had turned its back on him. Each step felt heavier than the last as he journeyed through a land littered with the remnants of his past. And finally, there was the enigmatic figure of Azazel, whose heart pulsed with the rhythm of darkness. With the ability to sway the thoughts of giants and men alike, he thrived in chaos, reveling in the struggle for supremacy. His laughter echoed like thunder, a sound both intoxicating and terrifying. Azazel's ambitions were grand, aiming to twist fate itself, yet deep down, he longed for connection. In the depths of his soul, he yearned for a moment of clarity, a fleeting glimpse of the beauty that once existed before the giants were caught in a web of power and despair. As the giants navigated their fates, the world around them shifted, a tapestry woven with threads of joy and sorrow. Each step they took reverberated through the ages, their stories intertwined like vines seeking the sun. Yet, the darkness loomed closer, wrapping around them like a shroud. The giants, once majestic protectors of the earth, now faced the consequences of their actions. With every heartbeat, the weight of their choices pressed down upon them, and the echoes of their past whispered warnings of what was to come. In this tangled web of emotions and history, the giants marched into an uncertain future. Their stories were not just tales of strength and power, but reflections of humanity itself. As they grappled with their destinies, the world watched, holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of titans that would determine the fate of all. The air crackled with tension, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the stage was set for a reckoning that would echo through eternity, leaving behind only the faintest trace of their existence, a memory forever whispered among the stars. In the hushed stillness of the ancient city of Uruk, the walls rose high and proud, whispering tales of strength and glory. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the cobbled streets, where the laughter of children mingled with the chatter of merchants. Yet, beneath this vibrant surface, a storm brewed within the heart of its king, Gilgamesh. With each beat of his powerful heart, he felt a gnawing emptiness, a longing that no amount of conquest could fill. Rumors had begun to swirl, carried on the lips of weary travelers. Tales of giants, children of the earth and sky, beings of unimaginable strength who once roamed the lands. They were said to be as tall as the mountains and fierce as the storms. As Gilgamesh pondered these stories, he could almost hear the echoes of their thunderous footsteps, shaking the very foundations of the world. For centuries, these giant figures had been shrouded in mystery, their fates intertwined with the lives of men. Beside him stood Enkidu, his dearest friend, a wild man who had once lived among the beasts. Enkidu's eyes sparkled with the thrill of adventure, but today there was a shadow of concern. "My king," he said softly, "do you truly believe these stories? That giants once walked among us?" Gilgamesh, whose spirit burned with an insatiable thirst for understanding, felt a flicker of excitement. "Yes, my friend. I believe they are more than mere tales. They are warnings of a past we have forgotten. The weight of destiny pressed heavily upon them. Gilgamesh, the two-thirds divine king, and Enkidu, the embodiment of wildness, stood on the precipice of something vast and unknown. Together, they resolved to seek out the remnants of these giants, to unveil the truths buried within the sands of time. Little did they know that their quest would lead them into the very depths of sorrow and revelation. As they journeyed through untamed wilderness, memories of the past began to awaken. The Book of Giants, a cryptic text lost to the ages, told of mighty beings who defied the gods. It spoke of their pride, their colossal strength, and ultimately, their downfall. These giants had angered the heavens, their audacity leading to catastrophic floods that erased their existence from the annals of history. Gilgamesh felt a chill as he recalled the words he had overheard in the Great Hall of Uruk. They were taken by the waters, swept away for their arrogance. Each step brought them closer to the heart of a forgotten world, where the remains of these giants might still linger. The winds howled through the valleys, carrying with them the scent of ancient earth. In the distance, they spotted a crumbling stone structure, worn by time yet echoing the giants' once mighty presence. It was a temple, its grand archways now choked with vines, but the carvings on the walls shimmered with faded glory, telling tales of the past in a language only the stones understood. "Look," Enkidu pointed, his voice a blend of awe and fear as they explored the temple. "Can you see them? The figures carved here." Gilgamesh traced the outlines with his fingers, feeling an electric connection to these lost souls. Their bodies were depicted in fierce battle, wielding weapons that glimmered like stars, yet their faces bore the weight of grief. "They were not just giants," Gilgamesh whispered. "They were once like us, capable of love and loss. They fell not because they were strong, but because they were blind to their own hubris." Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air thickened with an otherworldly energy. The echoes of the giants seemed to awaken, their voices rising in a haunting chorus. Gilgamesh felt a surge of power mixed with dread, as if the very fabric of reality was shifting. "We must find the truth," he urged Enkidu, his heart racing. The tales of giants were not merely stories. They were warnings inscribed in every stone and whispered in every breeze. The two friends pressed deeper into the temple, their hearts pounding with each step. Shadows danced around them, whispering secrets lost in time. They reached a vast chamber, a cavernous space adorned with murals depicting the giants' final moments. Fearsome, desperate, and yet profoundly human. At the center lay a colossal stone tablet, writing etched in an ancient script that seemed to pulse with life. With trembling hands, Gilgamesh studied the inscriptions. His breath caught in his throat as he deciphered the words. The giants were cast down, their pride their undoing. They sought to challenge the gods, and the flood came, a cleansing fire of the heavens. The tears stung his eyes, the weight of their tragic fate crashing over him like a tidal wave. Enkidu placed a steadying hand on Gilgamesh's shoulder, grounding him in this whirlwind of emotion. They were not just giants. They were beings of dreams, aspirations, and fears. They loved, they fought, they hoped. And in their fall, they remind us of the fragility of life itself. What had begun as a quest for power transformed into a journey of understanding. The giants, with their towering forms and fates intertwined with the stars, became symbols of humanity's struggle against the inevitable. Gilgamesh realized that the stories of the giants were mirrors reflecting the deepest fears and desires of his own heart. As they stood before the tablet, the room began to shimmer with an ethereal light. The walls seemed to breathe, and the air crackled with energy. Gilgamesh knew this was not just a moment. It was a reckoning. The giants' legacy was not only about their physical strength, but about the lessons of humility and the recognition of one's own limits. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the chamber, a deep rumble that resonated in their bones. Who dares awaken the memories of the giants? The air thickened, and visions of the past flashed before their eyes. Giants laughing, crying, battling against the storm, their immense figures silhouetted against the horizon. Gilgamesh felt a surge of courage rise within him. "We seek the truth," he called out, his voice unwavering. "We are not afraid to confront our past." The voice paused, and in that moment of silence, the giant's essence filled the room, a powerful reminder that the legacy they left behind was not to be forgotten. With a sudden rush, the chamber began to quake, and the walls shifted, revealing a hidden passage. The path ahead shimmered with promise and danger, a doorway to deeper knowledge. Gilgamesh and Enkidu exchanged a look of determination. Their hearts raced, knowing the next step would plunge them further into the depths of ancient truths. As they stepped forward into the unknown, the shadows of the giants lingered behind them, their stories entwined with Gilgamesh's own, creating an unbreakable bond, their struggles echoing in every heartbeat, every breath. The journey was far from over, and as they walked into the light, the chorus of the past surged around them, a relentless tide that would carry them into the depths of understanding and beyond. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced playfully across the parchment-covered walls as the historian turned the brittle pages of a centuries-old manuscript. The air was thick with the scent of ink and the weight of stories longing to be told. Each page whispered secrets of lives lived long ago, tales of triumph and despair that seemed to leap from the paper, sending chills down the spine. In that moment, the historian felt a profound connection, as if the very essence of the past was reaching out, urging him to listen closely. The manuscripts were not merely words strung together. They were vessels of emotion, crafted with a care that transcended time. The elegant strokes of the quill captured not just the facts of life in another era, but the heartbeat of it, the joys, the fears, the longings of the human spirit. It was as if the scribes had infused their own souls into each line, allowing the reader to feel the weight of their hopes and dreams. One could not overlook the richness of language within these texts. The sentences flowed like water over stones, smooth and inviting, yet sometimes jagged with raw emotion. The rhythm varied. Some passages were tender, each word chosen with the utmost consideration, while others crackled with an intensity that threatened to ignite the very air around them. In these manuscripts, one could sense the urgency of a message, the desperation of a plea, or the quiet resignation of an inevitable fate, all carefully woven into the fabric of every paragraph. As the historian turned each page, he could feel his pulse quicken. The stories unfurled in vivid detail, a love letter filled with sweet nothings, laced with the ache of separation, painted a picture of two lovers yearning for each other under a canopy of stars. The language pulsed with life, capturing the essence of a moment that could only exist in the fragile intersection of time and memory. The letters were more than ink on paper. They were the lifeblood of a romance that defied the odds, echoing through the ages like a haunting melody. Yet, amidst the tender verses, darker themes emerged, cloaked in shadows. The historian read of battles fought and lost, of kingdoms crumbling under the weight of betrayal and greed. The language turned stark, the sentences short and clipped, mirroring the tension and despair of those who faced untold horrors. Here, the manuscripts became a mirror reflecting the raw reality of human existence. Pain, loss, and the relentless march of time, each word holding the power to evoke a visceral response. One passage spoke of a mother's grief, her cries echoing through the corridors of an ancient castle as she mourned the loss of her child. The words dripped with sorrow, painting a picture so vivid that one could almost hear her wails, feel the weight of her heartache pressing down like a heavy stone. The historian felt a lump in his throat, a reminder of the fragility of life, of the bonds that tether us to one another, and how quickly they can be severed. Then, without warning, a shift occurred. The language became vibrant, alive with the spirit of resilience. A letter from a scholar spoke of hope and rebirth, filled with dreams of a brighter future. Each word radiated optimism, a stark contrast to the despair that had just been encountered. It ignited a fire in the historian's heart, a reminder of the unyielding spirit of humanity, a testament to the power of the written word to inspire and uplift. As he turned another page, the rhythm of the text quickened, racing toward a crescendo of emotion. The historian found himself caught in the whirlpool of the words, each one pulling him deeper into the tapestry of history. The manuscripts painted a world brimming with life, laughter, and joy, juxtaposed against moments of agony that sent shivers down his spine. It was this duality, the light and the dark, that defined the human experience, a truth that resonated through the ages. The historian felt a thrum of excitement as he approached the end of the manuscript. It was a moment suspended in time, a bittersweet farewell to a world that felt both distant and achingly familiar. The last words lingered in the air like a haunting refrain, echoing long after the page had turned. A reminder that the stories of the past are never truly gone. They exist within us, shaping our present and guiding our future. Just as the historian was about to close the book, a flicker of movement caught his eye. A new manuscript lay waiting, its cover adorned with intricate designs that told their own tale of mystery. With a deep breath, he reached for it, his heart racing with anticipation. What new emotions awaited him within? What fresh stories would breathe life into the silence of history? The air crackled with potential, the past beckoning him to plunge deeper into its depths, leaving him suspended in that moment of endless possibility, where the stories never truly end but only transform, waiting to be embraced anew. The sky tore open like a fragile curtain, revealing a cosmos that throbbed with life and mystery. Stars flickered like distant campfires in an endless night, their light weaving a tapestry of dreams and nightmares above. In the Book of Giants, the world wasn't just a canvas of land and water. It was a living entity, pulsing with the echoes of ancient battles and the whispers of titans long forgotten. Once, in a time when giants walked among men, the heavens rumbled with the weight of their presence. The giants, colossal beings born of the union between the sons of God and the daughters of men, mirrored the tumult of the cosmos. They were not mere myths, but real memories etched in the fabric of the universe, their shadows stretching across mountains and valleys. Every footfall sent tremors through the earth, shaking the hearts of those who lived below. In this world, the celestial bodies were not silent observers but active participants in human affairs. The sun and moon danced in a delicate balance, embodying the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Each sunrise brought with it a promise, while each sunset whispered secrets of what lay beyond. The stars were the fallen souls of the giants, their radiant glow a reminder of power and fragility, forever illuminating the night sky, a mournful tribute to those who had dared to dream too grandly. The Book of Giants painted this cosmic theater vividly, depicting a universe where angels and demons mingled among the stars. It spoke of Enoch, the righteous scribe, who ventured into the heavens, seeking knowledge that was both a gift and a curse. He walked paths unseen by ordinary eyes, where celestial beings shared their wisdom and warned of impending doom. The angels, their wings shimmering like the finest silk, bore messages of hope and despair, urging humanity to embrace their fate. The giants, once feared and revered, were bound by their own hubris. Their mighty hearts, capable of love and destruction, beat in sync with the universe. They sought to conquer the heavens, their colossal forms reaching desperately for the stars, unaware that their aspirations sowed the seeds of their downfall. The Book of Giants spoke of their dreams, their ambitions shimmering with promise yet clouded by shadows of arrogance. The tension between their might and the cosmic order brewed a storm that could not be contained. As the giants roamed the earth, they left a trail of legends. They built towering cities of stone, their walls thick with the memories of battles fought and lost. Each edifice stood as a testament to their power, yet also their vulnerability, like a sandcastle in the face of an approaching tide. With every act of defiance against the divine, the giants drew closer to their reckoning. The whispers of the cosmos turned into roars, echoing across the valleys, warning them of the fate that awaited those who defy the natural order. Enoch's visions were filled with the unrelenting march of time, where the past, present, and future intertwined in a cosmic dance. He saw the giants falling from grace, their once mighty forms reduced to echoes in the wind. Their laughter, once a symphony, became a distant memory, their roar, a fading echo. Enoch recorded these revelations with trembling hands, understanding that such knowledge was a double-edged sword. For every truth he uncovered, a layer of darkness unfurled, wrapping around the grounded souls of humanity. The Book of Giants was both an invitation and a warning. The giants, who had once believed themselves invincible, became prey to their own desires. Their monumental ambitions led them down paths riddled with danger, where trust corroded into betrayal and love decayed into despair. The heavens, once a canvas of their dreams, shifted into a dark expanse, filled with the specters of their fallen kin. Enoch's heart ached for them, yet he knew the universe demanded balance. The celestial bodies spun tirelessly, indifferent to the turmoil below, moving forward while giants crumbled to dust. In the cosmic panorama, chaos unfolded. The earth trembled as the giants turned upon one another, their massive forms clashing like storms in the night. The skies darkened, illuminated only by flashes of lightning that mirrored their fury. The cries of the fallen echoed in the void, carried on the winds that swept across barren lands. Enoch, standing at the edge of this world, felt the weight of their plight heavy on his soul. He knew that even the mightiest beings could not escape the consequences of their actions. With every page he turned, Enoch felt the tremors of fate closing in. The giant story was not merely one of rise and fall. It was a reflection of the human condition. The universe, with its vastness and unforgiving nature, mirrored the struggles of the heart. The promise of greatness often hid the shadows of despair, and in their quest for immortality, the giants had chased their own legends into the abyss. As the final remnants of their strength faded, the stars began to dim, signaling the end of an era. The giants, once lords of the earth, succumbed to their own tragedies, leaving behind a world forever altered. The cosmic dance continued, indifferent to their fate as Enoch gazed upon the sky, his heart heavy with the burden of their story. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark reminder of what had been lost. The heavens held their breath, waiting for the next act in this grand play. In this vivid tapestry of existence, the Book of Giants captured the raw essence of life, threading together cosmic revelations and human emotions. The words flowed like a river of stars, enticing the reader to linger in the shadows of the past, while the echoes of the giants reverberated through the ages, reminding all that the pursuit of greatness often comes at a price. And as Enoch penned the last words of his revelations, the cosmos whispered its secrets, beckoning those who dared to listen, to understand. In the stillness of the ancient night, a haunting whisper drifted through the cool air, telling tales of beings who walked the earth long before humanity understood its own reflection. Beneath a sky sprinkled with starlight, shadows shifted tall, imposing figures standing guard over secrets buried in time. The Watchers, as they were known, had come to this world, drawn by a curiosity that transcended the boundaries of their celestial home. With every heartbeat, the earth throbbed a rhythm both ancient and powerful, hinting at the monumental events that were about to unfold. These Watchers were not mere observers. They were celestial beings, angels cast down for their insatiable desire to witness life and sow their essence into the fabric of humanity. At first, they gazed upon the world with wonder, admiring the vibrant hues of the forests and the way rivers sang as they danced over stones. But as the nights turned into years, the beauty of the earth gave way to a burning longing. The Watchers felt the pull of human experience, the warmth of touch, the thrill of passion, and the heartbreaking ache of love. And so they descended, defying the very laws that had bound them. They took on flesh and bone, their ethereal forms transformed into something tangible. In the quiet corners of the earth, hidden among the tallest mountains and deepest valleys, they coupled with mortal women. It was a union that straddled the line between heaven and earth, a collision of divine and human that would change the course of history forever. The offspring born from these unions were giants, massive beings whose very existence was a testament to both beauty and tragedy. These children inherited their parents' strength and wisdom, yet they were marked by a yearning that mirrored the conflict within their Watcher ancestors. They walked the earth with an air of majesty, towering over the landscape, their laughter echoing like distant thunder amid the hills. Yet, with such stature came isolation. The giants were creatures out of place, caught in a world that neither understood them nor welcomed them. As the giants grew, tales of their power spread like wildfire. Tribes across the land whispered of their strength, their unmatched ability to bend nature to their will. Some revered them as gods, while others trembled in fear at their might. In the shadows of their towering figures, however, there thrummed a deeper fear, the fear of being abandoned, of being misunderstood. Each day carried the weight of their existence, a constant reminder that they were both blessed and cursed by the very essence of their being. One giant, in particular, stood apart from the rest. His name was Og, towering higher than the tallest trees. He bore the weight of a lineage filled with conflict and ambiguity. As a child of a watcher, Og possessed a wisdom that belied his great size. He wandered the valleys, often lost in thought, pondering the nature of his existence. The humans around him looked on in awe yet also in fear, their hearts pounding with both admiration and trepidation. They saw him as a bridge between their world and the divine, yet every encounter left Og feeling lonelier than before. In the quiet moments beneath the stars, Og would gaze up at the celestial bodies that had watched over him since his birth. Those twinkling lights seemed to mock him, reminding him of the eternal chasm between his kind and the watchers who had forsaken their celestial duties. Did they regret their choice? Did they miss the heavens with its infinite comforts? As these thoughts spiraled through his mind, the heavens would flicker with the promise of light. There was something comforting in the way the stars always returned, shining brightly, just as he had been told the watchers once did. Yet the tales of the giants soon turned darker. As jealousy and fear spread among mankind, stories twisted into fabrications that painted these beings as threats. Communities banded together, armed with fire and pitchforks, ready to defend their homes against the misunderstood titans. The giants, once revered, became the hunted, their innocence lost in a tide of misunderstanding. The cries of betrayal echoed through the valleys as the giants tried to reconcile their purpose. They were children of the Watchers, yet they faced the rage of humanity armed with nothing but their sorrow. As the first confrontations escalated, the giants were torn between their instinct to protect themselves and a desperate longing for connection. Each clash brought with it a wave of emotions, raging like a storm. Og stood tall at the forefront, his heart heavy with the knowledge that he was born of both worlds, yet belonged to neither. The world he desired to protect was now the very one trying to crush him. Why had the Watchers left their celestial posts? Why had they chosen to walk among mortals only to unleash chaos upon their beloved children? Each time the sun set, Og felt the weight of their lineage pressing down upon him. The cries of battle grew louder, each clash of sword and shield resonating through the valleys like a heartbeat of despair. It was a battle not just of strength but of identity, of who they were and what they had come to be. As dawn broke over the horizon, the giants found themselves entwined in a bitter struggle, caught between the light of their divine heritage and the shadows of human fear. Within the turmoil, a glimmer of hope flickered. The children of the Watchers were not just giants. They were beings of complexity, capable of immense love and understanding. In the very depths of their anguish lay the seeds of a new beginning. They began to seek one another, forming alliances born from shared pain. Their hearts beat not just for survival, but for connection, an unquenchable thirst to find their place in a world that had rejected them. The giants vowed to rise from the ashes of misunderstanding, ready to carve their own path. Little did they know that the battle was just beginning and that their lineage carried echoes of an ancient prophecy. As whispers of the past intertwined with the present, the connection to the Watchers grew stronger, hinting at a power yet to be unleashed, one that could forever alter the fate of giants and mortals alike. The sky seemed to darken, clouds swirling as if ready to unleash a storm, a prelude to the inevitable clash ahead. And in that charged atmosphere, one truth became undeniable. The journey of the giants was far from over. A thunderous roar echoed across the mountain range, the sound of giants shaking the very earth beneath them. Their rebellion was not just an act of defiance. It was a cry of anguish rooted in centuries of oppression. The air was thick with tension, and the chilling gusts carried whispers of ancient grudges, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who had long been silenced. This was no ordinary uprising. It was the culmination of years of quiet suffering, a storm brewing against the backdrop of a world that had forgotten them. In the annals of history, the Giants' rebellions stand as a testament to the struggle against tyranny. They were more than mere skirmishes. They were battles fought with raw emotion and a desperate hope for freedom. The Giants, towering figures of immense strength, were not just physical giants but symbols of a people pushed to their limits. Each clash of stone against stone was not only a fight for survival but a declaration of their existence, a reminder to the world that they would no longer be invisible. The first whispers of rebellion began in the northern valleys, where the giants had been forced to toil in the harshest conditions, their labor exploited by those who sought to profit from their strength. The earth trembled as they gathered, their massive forms casting long shadows across the land, each step heavy with purpose. They were filled with sorrow, anger, and a fierce loyalty to one another, driven by the pain of their past and an unyielding desire to change their fate. As night descended, the flickering torches illuminated their faces, revealing a mixture of determination and despair. The leaders emerged, each one a titan not just in size but in spirit. They spoke of lost families, shattered dreams, and the unbearable weight of oppression that had chained them for far too long. Their words resonated, carrying the weight of generations, echoes of their ancestors who had once roamed freely, unbound by fear. The tension was palpable as they prepared for what would become a series of uprisings, each one more fierce than the last. The first confrontation was a clash of wills, a demonstration of their strength against those who had long underestimated them. As they charged towards the fortified walls of their oppressors, the ground shook beneath their feet, a harbinger of the change to come. Courage surged through their veins, turning fear into a roaring fire that fueled their every movement. But the giants were not only warriors, they were also dreamers. With each swing of a mighty arm, they fought not just for the present but for a future where their children would know freedom. They envisioned a world where their voices were heard, their contributions acknowledged. It was that vision that pushed them forward, even when the odds seemed impossible. Yet, rebellion is a double-edged sword. As the giants pressed onward, the response from their oppressors was swift and brutal. The armies sent to quell the uprising were immense, commanded by those who had long relished the giants' labor but feared their power. Battles erupted across valleys and hills, each one marked by a fierce struggle, the clash of swords against stone, the cries of the wounded cutting through the night. In one fateful encounter, the giants found themselves faced with an overwhelming force. The air thickened with dust and despair as the battle raged on. Each giant who fell was not just a loss. It was a fracture in the very heart of their cause. Yet, even in the face of despair, there was an undeniable beauty, a fierce resilience that shone through the darkness. They fought not just with their bodies but with a spirit that refused to be extinguished. With every battle, tales of heroism emerged. Legends grew of giants who stood their ground against insurmountable odds, who lifted their fallen brethren and pressed on despite the pain. These stories became the lifeblood of the rebellion, passed from one giant to another, fueling their resolve and reinforcing their unity. As the conflicts raged on, the giants learned from each encounter, adapting their strategies and becoming more than mere combatants. They became a formidable force driven by shared history and purpose. As the rebellion intensified, alliances began to form in the shadows. Those who had once turned a blind eye to the giants' suffering now found their own voices joining in solidarity. In the towns and villages nearest to the mountains, whispers spread of the giants' plight. The oppressed, the laborers, and even some of the nobility who had grown weary of tyranny began to rally in support. The giants became a symbol, not just of strength but of a broader struggle for justice. However, the path to liberation was fraught with heart-wrenching losses. Each fallen giant became a rallying point for those who remained, their sacrifice etched in the memories of all who fought for freedom. The blood spilled on the earth became a testament to their unyielding spirit, each drop a reminder of what was at stake. The rebellion was a living, breathing entity, filled with heartache, bravery, and a relentless pursuit of a dream that felt just out of reach. In the final confrontation, the giants stood before the gates of their oppressors, a united front of strength and sorrow. They had come to reclaim not just their land but their dignity, their right to exist without fear. The air crackled with anticipation, each heart pounding in unison, a blend of hope and trepidation. This was the moment they had fought for, the culmination of their struggles, and they would not be denied. As the gates opened, revealing the forces arrayed against them, a collective breath was held. The giants charged forward, their voices rising in a battle cry that echoed through the valleys, shaking the very foundations of the world. It was a moment suspended in time, a clash that would either see their dreams realized or their worst fears come to pass. With every heartbeat, the ground vibrated under the weight of history, and the giants surged forward. The future hung in the balance, a tapestry woven with threads of bravery, sorrow, and an unbreakable will. The battles were not just for territory. They were for a legacy, a promise that the giants' voices would never again be silenced. And so, the struggle continued, a tale of defiance that would ripple through the ages, urging future generations to rise against the shadows of oppression. The sky, once a blanket of soft blue, turned a furious shade of crimson as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land. It was during this eerie twilight that the giants walked among men, their colossal figures towering over the villages that lay scattered like toys on the earth below. They were not just beings of immense size and strength, but creatures woven from the very fabric of legend, half glimpsed through the mist of age-old tales. Yet, as the air thickened with tension, it became painfully clear that their presence heralded more than mere wonder. It hinted at a darkness, a transgression against laws written by the divine. The giants, once revered as demigods, had begun to tread upon sacred ground, their actions echoing through the annals of history. The whispers of the wise spoke of hubris, of a time when even the mightiest would fall from grace. In the ancient texts hidden under layers of dust, it was said that they had crossed boundaries meant to be respected, defiling the very essence of creation. The earth trembled beneath their weight, a rhythmic beat that resonated with the heartbeat of the world, yet it was a sound laced with foreboding. Among them, there was a leader known as Goliath, a name that would strike fear into the hearts of many. Legends told of his unmatched strength, but few knew of the fierce ambition that burned within him. He sought more than the simple adoration of mortals. He craved dominion over the heavens themselves. With every step he took, he cast deep shadows that threatened to engulf the light, igniting a sense of unease amongst the people who dared to gaze upon him. What once was awe had begun to twist into dread, as tales of his defiance against the divine started to circulate. As days turned into weeks, the giants' actions grew ever bolder. They plundered sacred groves, where the most delicate flowers bloomed like whispers of the divine. With each uprooted plant, a yelp of anguish seemed to echo through the forest, a cry for help from nature itself. The trees, once proud guardians of the earth, bent low as the giants passed, their leaves trembling in terror. The symphony of life was turning into a lament, and the sky wept as though it could feel the pain inflicted by the hands of those it had once embraced. The transgressions of Goliath and his kin did not stop at the defilement of flora. They began to reach for the celestial, challenging the very gods who had crafted their existence. Stories emerged of their attempts to build towers that touched the stars, structures so vast that they seemed to pierce the heavens. But this ambition was met with disdain in the eyes of the divine, and the repercussions were swift and terrible. Thundering storms gathered, dark and ominous, as if the heavens themselves were preparing to unleash their wrath upon the arrogant beings below. In the small village of Bethel, nestled at the foot of a great mountain, the townsfolk spoke in hushed tones of the giants. An air of despair hung thick as mothers gathered their children close, weaving together tales of warning. Within the flickering light of their fires, they recounted the moment Goliath had dared to challenge the very fabric of fate. "He should have known," an elder whispered, "that there are forces far greater than mere strength." The children listened, eyes wide, hearts pounding. as they sensed the impending doom that loomed like a thundercloud on the horizon. One fateful night, as the moon cast an ethereal glow over the land, Goliath stood alone at the summit of a stone pedestal he had erected, a monument to his own pride. He gazed up at the stars, those distant pinpricks of light, and declared himself more powerful than the cosmos. The sky rumbled in response, a warning cloaked in thunder. Yet, arrogance was blinding, and the giants, fueled by a dangerous blend of pride and impatience, continued their wayward path, unaware that each step took them deeper into a chasm from which there would be no return. Back in Bethel, the earth began to shake as the first signs of divine retribution struck. Cracks snaked across the ground, fissures that mirrored the growing rift between the giants and the celestial beings who governed the universe. The townspeople could feel the very air crackle with energy, a harbinger of the impending storm. It was a reminder that the giants, for all their strength, were not invincible. They were players in a game far beyond their comprehension. In the heart of the turmoil, a storm brewed, dark clouds swirling like a tempest of emotions. Lightning flashed, illuminating the faces of the terrified villagers, and in that blinding moment, they understood the truth. The giants had defied not just laws of man but the very laws of nature, the divine order that held their world together. The heavens were about to exact a price, and it would be steep. As night fell, a cacophony of thunder and chaos erupted. Goliath, standing atop his tower of ambition, felt the earth tremble beneath him, a warning he had long ignored. The skies opened, pouring forth rain that felt like tears from the gods, cleansing the world of the sins committed by those who had once basked in their favor. Yet, even amidst the chaos, a twisted sense of pride filled Goliath's heart. In that moment, he believed himself untouchable, blind to the fury that was gathering strength. The ground split open, a gaping maw ready to consume all that had been corrupted. The giants, once revered, now found themselves on the precipice, teetering between the realm of the divine and the chasm of their own making. With one final, deafening roar, Goliath raised his arms to the heavens, challenging fate itself. It was a moment suspended in time, a clash between the pride of giants and the will of the gods, one that would echo through history, reshaping the world as they knew it. And then, with a cataclysmic force that could not be contained, the heavens responded, unleashing a torrent of fury that would mark the end of an era. Each bolt of lightning carried with it the weight of justice, illuminating the darkness that had taken root in their hearts. The sins of the giants would not go unpunished, and the world would tremble in the aftermath of their transgressions. In the dim light of dawn, as the first rays of sun crept through the curtains, Elena stirred from a dream that felt all too real. Shadows danced at the edges of her memory, whispering secrets of a past long buried, tales of lost loves and forgotten warriors. A shiver ran down her spine as she recalled the figure that had beckoned to her. A cloaked silhouette standing at the edge of a forest, its eyes gleaming like distant stars. The air had been thick with foreboding, as if the very trees held their breath, waiting for her to take the next step. She awoke with a jolt, the echo of that dream lingering like a haunting melody. Throughout history, dreams have served as portals to revelations that shattered the mundane and illuminated paths unseen. Kings and commoners alike have turned to sleep for guidance when the weight of the world bore down too heavily.
Dit alongse de twese memories was a chilling knowledge, te revelation dat God had asket voor someting infatomable, someting dat twisted te vereination of lofe into agonai. Wen te riache te summit Abraham pauset, looking into Isaac's trusting eis. Vater, weer is de lam voor te burnt offere. Te geestion period trouge te tek vog of te spire dat envelopet hem.
Of what was to come.
Te trette hang in te eier as hart of glas poison.
Urgency thrumming through her veins. In her ancestry, tales threaded through generations spoke of a line of women who had been dreamers, each gifted with the ability to see glimpses of the future. But the dreams were always a double-edged sword, revealing paths lined with both glory and heartache. In a distant corner of the world, in the cold windswept plains of Mongolia, Genghis Khan sat in his tent, eyes closed, seeking solace from the chaos of his empire.
had settled in his chest.
He too was a man of dreams. On one fateful night, a vision came to him. A magnificent eagle soaring over the vast steppes, its wings cutting through the air like a blade. The dream ignited a fire within him, fueling his ambition to unite the fractured tribes. As he opened his eyes, determination poured through him like a flood, and he rode forth to build a legacy that would echo through the ages. Meanwhile, in the heart of ancient Greece, the Oracle of Delphi awaited the next seeker. Pilgrims traveled from far and wide, drawn by the allure of prophetic whispers. They came bearing questions that weighed heavily on their hearts, seeking answers that only the gods could provide. The air was thick with incense and hope as the priestess slipped into a trance, her voice rising and falling like the tide, delivering cryptic messages that would alter the course of lives. Some left with joy, others bore the burden of a truth they wished they hadn't known. Yet, all were changed, irrevocably tied to the threads of fate woven through their dreams. But dreams were not merely the stuff of ancient kings and oracles. They reached into the fabric of everyday life. In the cobbled streets of medieval Europe, common folk would share tales of their nocturnal adventures around flickering hearths. A farmer awoke to find his crops wilting in his dream, leading him to change his farming methods. A blacksmith saw a fire consuming his workshop and took it as a warning to be more vigilant with his tools. Each revelation, profound in its simplicity, intertwined their lives with the mysteries of the universe. Yet, as clear as the signs appeared, the line between dreams and reality often blurred. In the shadows of their thoughts, doubt crept in. What if they misread the signs? What if the visions led them astray? This uncertainty gnawed at them, a constant reminder that not all dreams were meant to be understood. The very fabric of existence seemed to shimmer with the possibility of choices unmade, the weight of what could be pressing down on their shoulders like an unrelenting storm. Elena stood at the precipice of her own revelation, the heaviness of her dreams lingering in her mind. Each night she found herself drawn back to the figure in the forest, the promise of truth just a heartbeat away. She could almost hear the rustle of leaves, the call of destiny mingling with her heartbeat. As days turned to weeks, the dream shifted. The cloaked figure began to speak, though the words slipped through her grasp like smoke. "Find me," it urged, its voice resonating deep within her. "You were born to unravel the threads of your past." Each night brought new fragments of this elusive message, leading her deeper into confusion and wonder. A sense of urgency overwhelmed her. Was this a path she must take, or a warning of what lay ahead? The tension coiled tighter around her heart, a mixture of fear and exhilaration that left her breathless. Across the sea, in the dark corridors of a castle in Scotland, a young seer named Ailsa felt the tremors of fate shift beneath her feet. Visions flooded her mind. Fire and blood, a battle that raged with the ferocity of 1,000 storms. She scribbled furiously, trying to capture the chaotic images before they faded. But the more she wrote, the more frantic the visions became, each revelation a siren song pulling her toward the heart of the storm. "What does it mean?" she gasped, clutching her parchment like a lifeline. The voices of her ancestors echoed in her ears, a chorus of warnings and encouragement. There was a connection, a thread that wove through the tapestry of time, binding her to those who had come before. Each revelation was a step closer to understanding, a glimpse into a destiny that was both terrifying and beautiful. As days turned into sleepless nights, the boundaries of reality began to stretch and bend. Dreams intertwined with waking moments, soft whispers planted in the corners of their minds, urging them to act. What they sought was not merely knowledge but a call to arms, a message echoing through the ages. The air crackled with anticipation, and both Elena and Ailsa felt the weight of history pressing down upon them. Their lives poised on the edge of something monumental. A connection was forming, invisible strings tying their fates to each other. The whispers of dreams and revelations began to converge, creating a tapestry that shimmered with promise and danger. And somewhere, in the quiet corners of the world, the night awaited, ready to unveil its mysteries once again. In a time long forgotten, when shadows stretched long and the earth trembled beneath the weight of ancient giants. A whisper coursed through the winds, a warning carried on the breath of prophets. These were not mere men. They were voices of thunder, echoes of destiny, sent by a force greater than any giant could comprehend. The giants roamed the valleys and mountains, their massive forms casting shadows that darkened entire villages. They laughed and boasted, their laughter like rolling thunder, believing themselves invincible. But the prophets, with their hearts full of fire, stood undeterred, ready to speak the truth. One day, atop a craggy cliff overlooking the valley, a prophet named Eli stood alone, the wind sweeping through his hair like a wild spirit. His heart raced as he felt the weight of the message he bore. It was a truth that could shatter the sky, a warning that could rattle the very bones of the giants. He gazed out at the horizon, where the sun began to sink, painting the sky in hues of blood and flame. It was a beautiful sight that belied the dread that lay ahead. "Giants," Eli called, his voice unwavering, echoing across the vast expanse. "Your time is short. Your arrogance blinds you. The earth cries out for justice." The wind carried his words, but silence fell heavy in response. The giants, with their granite skin and souls hardened by centuries of power, did not heed his call. They were too busy brawling among themselves, too drunk on their own might to notice the subtle shift in the air, a portent of the storm that was brewing. In another part of the land, the prophet Mara stood firm against the backdrop of a raging storm. Lightning danced in the sky, illuminating her fierce expression. "The wrath of the heavens comes for you, giants. Your oppression of the weak will be your undoing." With every word, she felt the weight of the skies press down upon her shoulders, but she stood tall, knowing that even the mightiest could not escape the judgment that awaited. The tales of the giants spread like wildfire, carried from village to village. People spoke of their strength and their cruelty, and fear wrapped around the hearts of the innocent. And yet, among the whispers, a thread of hope emerged, woven by the words of the prophets. They warned of an impending reckoning, a time when the earth would rise up, and the giants would face the consequences of their tyranny. As the days passed, Eli and Mara continued to deliver their messages, each warning more urgent than the last. They traveled through valleys and over mountains, their determination unyielding. Each village they visited listened in rapt attention, their eyes wide with fear and hope. But the giants remained oblivious, their laughter echoing like a dark symphony against the mountains. Rumors began to swirl, of a time when the giants would fall, of a flood that would drown their arrogance, of a fire that would consume their pride. The prophets painted pictures with their words, their voices weaving tales of doom and redemption. The people, once cowering in fear, now found strength in the warnings. They gathered together, their hope igniting like a spark in the night. One fateful evening, as the sun set in a blaze of orange and purple, Eli felt an unsettling shift in the air. He gathered the people beneath the old oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens. "Tonight, we stand together as one," he proclaimed, his voice ringing with conviction. "Tonight, we will not just wait for the giants to hear the warnings. We will make them listen." With hearts pounding, the villagers echoed his call, a wave of resolve washing over them. They raised their voices to the heavens, a chorus of unity that resonated against the mountain peaks. But even as they sang, the giants continued their revelry, blind to the storm brewing not just in the skies, but within the hearts of those they oppressed. And then it happened. A rumble, a tremor, a whisper of fate. The ground shook beneath the feet of the giants, their laughter turning to confusion. They paused, looking at each other with wide eyes. "What is this?" one of them bellowed, his voice reverberating through the valley like a crack of thunder. But the prophets knew. Their warnings had been heard, and the earth itself was rising up to answer. A mighty flood swept through the land, crashing against the feet of the giants, dragging them into the depths of their own hubris. The prophets watched as their warnings transformed into reality, their hearts pounding with both triumph and fear. As the water rose, Eli and Mara stood firm, their eyes locked onto the giants, not with hatred, but with an unwavering resolve. They had warned them, had begged them to change their ways, but the giants had chosen to ignore the signs. In that moment, as water surged and chaos enveloped the giants, the prophets felt the weight of 1,000 souls pressing upon them. These were not just giants. They were a representation of every tyrant, every oppressor who had ever walked the earth. And as the waves crashed, drowning the echoes of their laughter, the prophets knew that this was only the beginning. The warnings had escalated into something much larger, something that would ripple through time, echoing long after the giants had fallen. Yet, deep within the hearts of the people, the question lingered: what would come next? Would they learn from this moment, or would they find new giants to fear? As the storm raged on and the floodwaters churned, the prophets prepared to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that the battle against tyranny was far from over. The winds howled, the skies darkened, and the echoes of their warnings intertwined with the cries of the vanquished, setting the stage for a new chapter yet unwritten. The night sky shimmered with countless stars, each one a flicker of hope or a whisper of despair. Beneath this celestial tapestry, a figure moved silently, his gait sure and steady despite the weight of the world pressing against him. Enoch, the seventh from Adam, was no ordinary man. He stood as a bridge between two starkly different worlds, the earthly realm and the ethereal expanse of heaven. As he walked, the air hummed with a strange energy, a sensation that stirred in his chest like a tempest. Enoch's heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of creation itself, and he could feel the trembling cries of humanity reaching out for solace, for understanding, for someone to intercede on their behalf. The cries were not just mere echoes of sorrow. They bore the weight of sins and hopes, of dreams unfulfilled and destinies undone. Every step he took felt heavy with purpose. He was the chosen one, the mediator, the one who would dare to speak where others feared to tread. The shadows whispered around him, tales of lost souls and broken spirits, begging for his intervention. They were the remnants of those who had strayed from the path, entangled in the web of their own making, longing for redemption. Enoch, with his deep-rooted faith and unyielding resolve, felt their anguish and knew he could not turn away. Far above, the gates of heaven loomed, radiant and resplendent, yet sealed to those who had faltered. Enoch looked up, his breath catching at the sight. He was aware of the celestial beings that watched with expectant gazes, their wings shimmering like the dawn. They were guardians of truth and justice, yet doubt lingered in their eyes. Could this mortal man truly bridge the chasm between heaven and earth? Could he sway the balance of fate with mere words? In that moment of contemplation, Enoch remembered the stories of his ancestors, tales passed down through generations. They spoke of a world where humanity lived in harmony with the divine, where the boundaries between the mortal and the sacred were fluid, where intercession was an act of love, not just a plea for mercy. He was filled with a burning desire to restore that connection, to be the voice that pleaded for those lost in darkness. The air thickened as he drew closer to the gates. He could feel the palpable tension, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Enoch paused, his heart a drum in his chest, echoing the weight of the task before him. Every moment was a battle against doubt, a wrestling match with fear. Yet, in the depths of his being, a flame of hope flickered. He remembered the whispers of his own spirit, urging him onward. "If not you, then who?" they seemed to say. With a deep breath, Enoch stepped forward, and the gates creaked open like the pages of an ancient tome. Light flooded out, bathing him in warmth and clarity, obliterating the shadows that clung to him. There, standing at the threshold, were the saints and prophets of old, Moses, Elijah, and others whose names resonated through time. They regarded him with a mix of reverence and curiosity. What had drawn this mortal to such heights? "Enoch!" A voice rang out, its timbre rich and resonant. It was the Archangel Michael, his wings a shimmering cascade of light. "You come seeking what others dare not. Speak your heart." With the weight of the world on his shoulders, Enoch spoke. "I come on behalf of those who wander lost. The earth is filled with strife, with pain. They have turned away from the light, but I believe they can return. I plead for their redemption." His voice trembled, but his gaze remained steady, piercing through the veil of uncertainty. The angels exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of emotions: wonder, disbelief, and a flicker of hope. Enoch's words hung in the air like incense, sweet and heavy. The heavens had not heard such a plea in ages. It was as if time itself paused, allowing his voice to echo throughout the cosmos. Yet, the silence that followed was deafening. Enoch's heart raced. Doubt crept back in. What if his plea fell on deaf ears? What if the gates slammed shut, leaving him forever stranded between hope and despair? But then he remembered the faces of those he sought to save, the children with tear-streaked faces, the parents burdened with grief, the lost souls trapped in a cycle of darkness. They were his strength, and he pushed forward. "Lord," Enoch continued, his voice gaining strength, "show them mercy. Let the light of your love shine upon them once more. Grant them a chance to return, to find their way back to you. I stand as their mediator, a humble servant, pleading for their souls." The atmosphere crackled with tension, the angels watching with rapt attention. Moments stretched into eternity as the weight of Enoch's words lingered, swirling around them like an invisible fog. The angels' expressions morphed, uncertainty giving way to contemplation. They were guardians of the divine, yet they too longed for the reconciliation of creation. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the celestial realms. Enoch sensed a powerful presence coalescing, a force that commanded respect and awe. The throne of God became visible, a magnificent sight that left Enoch breathless. The ancient, unfathomable wisdom of the Creator filled the air, and Enoch fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the moment. "Enoch," the voice thundered, reverberating through every fiber of his being, "you have come with a heart full of love for mankind. It is this love that shall guide your path. But know this, the weight of intercession carries a price." Tension hung in the air, palpable and thick, as Enoch raised his gaze, determination burning in his eyes. He had come too far to turn back now. He would accept whatever sacrifice lay ahead for the sake of those lost souls. The connection between heaven and earth was fragile, and he would do everything in his power to strengthen it. As the divine presence spoke, the tension shifted, transforming from a heavy burden to a brilliant light that enveloped Enoch, filling him with a sense of purpose that ignited his spirit. The fabric of the universe shifted slightly, and he understood that his role was not just to mediate, but to become a beacon of hope for humanity. He felt the weight of his ancestors beside him, their spirits blending with his own, whispering encouragement and strength. In that sacred moment, Enoch became not just a man but a symbol, a testament to the power of love, compassion, and the unwavering belief in second chances. The sky darkened ominously, heavy with the weight of impending doom as the first drops of rain pounded against the parched earth. It felt as if the heavens themselves were sobbing, and each droplet carried the weight of 1,000 unfulfilled promises. People looked up, their faces reflecting a mixture of confusion and fear. A storm was brewing, but not just of wind and water. A storm of divine judgment was on the horizon. Long ago, in a time shrouded in mystery, the world was teetering on the edge of chaos. In distant lands, stories whispered among the people told of a creator who watched over the earth with both love and fierce wrath. The harmony of creation had been shattered. Mankind had strayed from the path, indulging in sins that rippled through creation like shockwaves. Every heart harbored darkness. Every soul danced dangerously close to oblivion. It was a world filled with noise, laughter, and cries for help all at once. And in that cacophony, one man listened. Noah, a figure of quiet strength, stood as a solitary beacon in a sea of corruption. His eyes, deep and wise, seemed to hold the very essence of hope. He had heard the whispers of the divine warning, had felt the pull toward righteousness when all others had turned away. The world may have laughed at his warnings, but deep down, they sensed the truth in his words. The flood was coming, they felt it in their bones, a cleansing wave that would wash away the sins of mankind. But Noah remained steadfast, his heart heavy with the burden of what lay ahead. The days passed with a thick tension in the air, clouds swirling ominously above. With each hammering sound from the wooden beams of the ark, the noise echoed the heartbeat of a world on the brink. Neighbors mocked him, their voices dripping with scorn. "Why build a boat when the skies are blue?" they jeered. But Noah knew. He could feel the pulse of destiny, could sense the divine hand guiding him. The vision was clear, a flood that would consume everything, but also a chance for rebirth. As the first cracks of thunder rolled through the skies, a heavy stillness enveloped the land. The animals, sensing the impending catastrophe, began to congregate around Noah's ark. Pairs of every creature, from the majestic lion to the timid rabbit, found their way to him, as if drawn by an unseen force. It was a haunting sight, the gathering of innocence amidst the chaos of human folly. Each animal, with their instinctual wisdom, understood that safety lay within the wooden vessel, while humanity danced on the precipice of destruction. Then came the rain, first a sprinkle, then a torrential downpour that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. Noah's heart ached as he watched the desperate faces of his neighbors, those who had scoffed at his righteousness, now filled with panic as the floodwaters began to rise. The laughter that once echoed through the streets turned to screams of terror, panic-stricken pleas for redemption filling the air. But it was too late. With each passing moment, the waters climbed higher, swallowing the earth whole. Trees that had stood for centuries disappeared beneath the churning waves, their roots grasping for salvation. The very landscape of humanity was being transformed into a vast, swirling sea of despair. Noah stood at the door of the ark, his heart breaking as he felt the weight of the world pressing down upon him. He had done everything he could to save them, but now all he could do was wait. Inside the ark, the atmosphere was thick with uncertainty. The animals, though frightened, found solace in each other's presence. Noah's family gathered, their faces a mix of fear and resolve. They were united in their faith, and it was that faith that kept them anchored as the storm raged outside. The thunder crashed like the very voice of God, shaking the ark with each boom. They huddled together, sharing stories of the world before the flood, reminiscing about the verdant fields and sunlit skies. Those memories felt like a distant dream, but they held on to them tightly, a lifeline amidst the chaos. Outside, the tempest unleashed its fury. Water surged like a beast, devouring everything in its path. The cries of the drowning mingled with the sound of the wind howling, a haunting symphony of despair. Noah closed his eyes, praying not just for his family and the animals but for the very souls that had turned away. The flood was a punishment, a judgment, but in that wrath, there lay the faintest glimmer of hope, the promise of renewal. Days turned into nights, and the world outside transformed into a vast, silent abyss. The ark floated upon the waters, a sanctuary amidst the storm. Noah felt the weight of time pressing on him. With every sunrise, a part of him longed for the storm to cease, for the earth to emerge from the depths, cleansed and reborn. The memories of laughter, love, and life flickered like ghosts in his mind, urging him to hold on to hope, but doubt began to creep in. Would they ever see land again? Would the world they knew ever come back? Then, just as despair threatened to envelop him completely, the clouds began to part. Sunlight pierced through the gray, illuminating the waters that had once threatened to destroy them. As the floodwaters receded, a sense of wonder filled the air. The ark, once a prison of fear, transformed into a vessel of salvation. The first signs of land emerged, a distant promise of life waiting to be reclaimed. A dove was sent out, its wings carrying the weight of hope. As it soared into the open sky, Noah held his breath, praying for a sign. Would it return with a sign of life, a promise of a future? The world hung in the balance, and the tension was palpable. The pulse of creation beat within the ark, echoing with the rhythm of renewal. The message was clear. From judgment comes hope, and from despair springs forth new life. The narrative of the flood was not merely a story of destruction but a solemn reminder that even in the darkest of times, light can break through. And so, as Noah waited, His heart heavy yet hopeful, the sky began to clear, hinting at the dawn of a new beginning. The promise of a covenant loomed ahead, swirling with the promise of rainbows and second chances, beckoning them toward a future yet to be written. In a time when giants roamed the earth and shadows stretched long beneath the weight of their colossal forms, the world held whispers of women whose strength was hidden in their silence. These women, often overlooked in the tales told by men, were the very heartbeat of their stories, the quiet architects of fate that shaped destinies far greater than their own. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow across the ancient landscape, their presence lingered in the air, swelling with secrets and strength. Amongst the tales of the giants, there was one woman, Lila, whose spirit shone like a beacon through the darkness. Her hair, dark as the night sky, flowed like a river down her back, and her eyes sparkled with a wisdom that belied her youth. Unlike the giants that towered over valleys, Lila stood with a grace that commanded respect. She was known as a healer, a conjurer of remedies from the earth's bounty, and a keeper of ancient knowledge. With every herb she crushed and every potion she brewed, she wove threads of life into the very fabric of her community. In the Book of Giants, the stories of women like Lila were interspersed among the grand tales of power and might, but rarely did the giants recognize their influence. The men, with their thunderous voices and booming laughter, often failed to see how the women were the foundation upon which their world was built. Yet, there were moments, fleeting yet powerful, when the giants found themselves drawn to the wisdom of these women. In the soft glow of twilight, when the giants would sit around crackling fires, the voices of their mothers, sisters, and daughters would rise like smoke, curling into the night air, reminding them of the women's silent strength. The tension simmered as Lila and her fellow women gathered beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree. They spoke in hushed tones, their faces illuminated by the soft light of the moon. There was a palpable energy as they shared tales of the giants' exploits, each story revealing a flicker of vulnerability. As Lila listened, she felt a swell of emotion rise within her, a longing to step out of the shadows and claim her voice. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very earth itself held its breath, waiting for the moment when the women would rise to challenge the giants' narratives. Meanwhile, the giants, with their great strength, were oblivious to the brewing storm. They feasted and celebrated, draped in their own arrogance, reveling in their tales of conquest. Yet, in the hearts of the women, there lingered a restless spirit, a yearning for recognition. They whispered amongst themselves, their words laced with both frustration and determination. Lila looked around at the faces of her companions, each one a portrait of resilience. She knew that within their shared stories lay a power that could shake the foundations of the giants' world. One fateful night, a prophecy began to weave itself into the fabric of their existence, hinting at a collision between the giants and the women who had long been relegated to the background. Lila, emboldened by the flickers of courage igniting in her heart, felt the call of destiny pulling her forward. With a voice that trembled yet rang clear, she addressed her fellow women, urging them to rise from their silence. "We are not mere shadows," she declared. "We are life-givers, peacekeepers, and warriors in our own right." Her words formed a bridge that linked the past to the future, and within that moment, the air crackled with a new energy. The women nodded, their resolve growing stronger. They would no longer be passive figures in the giant stories. They would step into the light, their voices intertwining with the narratives of power and strength. As dawn broke, Lila knew that the world would soon witness a transformation that would echo through time. The giants, sensing a shift in the air, began to feel uneasy. Their laughter faded as the flicker of uncertainty ignited within their colossal hearts. They had always regarded the women as unyielding background characters, but now there was an awakening, a defiance in the air that sent tremors through the very ground they stood on. Lila and her companions were no longer content with the roles handed to them. They were ready to take center stage. With every passing day, the stories of women began to rise like a tide, pushing against the shores of the giants' narratives. There were whispers of battles fought not with swords but with wisdom, strength found in unity rather than physical might. The women shared the tales of their ancestors, conjuring spirits and memories that had been lost to time. They were the bearers of knowledge, the guardians of stories that would shift the course of history. As tensions mounted, the time for confrontation drew near. The giants, in their towering arrogance, failed to see the storm that was brewing beneath their feet. Lila, emboldened by the support of her sisters, knew that the time had come to unveil the truth. The women gathered one last time, their hearts pounding in unison, as they prepared to face the giants. The air was electric, thick with anticipation and fear, but also with courage that coursed through their veins like wildfire. Lila stepped forward, her voice booming with a power she never knew she possessed. "We are the strength behind your stories. We are the keepers of the earth, the nurturers of life. No longer will we stand in your shadow." Her words echoed into the night, resonating with an emotional weight that was impossible to ignore. The giants, taken aback, felt the ground shake beneath them, not from their own might, but from the awakening of a force they had long dismissed. As the night deepened and the fire crackled, the line between giants and women blurred, creating a tapestry woven with threads of resistance and resilience. The air shimmered with possibility, as if the very stars had come down to witness the birth of a new narrative. Lila stood at the forefront, a beacon of hope, ready to reshape the future, even as the giants braced themselves for a revelation that would alter their existence forever. In that moment, the world held its breath, and the echoes of history began to twist and turn, leading them all into the unknown. Beneath the vast expanse of the night sky, tales whispered in the wind told of giants, titanic beings that walked the earth, wielding powers that shaped the fate of nations and inspired the dreams of mortals. From the ancient tales of Norse mythology, where the frost giants clashed with gods, to the towering figures of Indian epics like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, these giants embody not just strength but the very essence of human fears and aspirations. In Norse legends, the Jotnar or frost giants were more than mere enemies to the gods. They were elemental forces, representing chaos against the order the gods sought to maintain. Their icy hearts and rugged forms were a testament to the unforgiving nature of the world. Imagining a frost giant looming over a village, with a blizzard swirling around his massive frame, sends chills down the spine. The villagers, huddled together, could only pray that the giant's gaze would not fall upon them. They were both terrifying and awe-inspiring, forever reminding humanity of the thin line between creation and destruction. Traveling to the east, the stories shift but the theme remains. In the Indian epics, giants take on forms such as Ravana, the 10-headed demon king of Lanka, whose ambition and power were matched only by his complexity. He was not merely a villain. He was a once great scholar, a king with a profound legacy. Ravana's towering stature lent him an air of invincibility, yet his story resonates with the echoes of lost love and misguided ambition. The emotions swirl around him like a tempest as he battles against Rama, the hero whose righteousness shines like the sun. The tension mounts as the two forces collide, each embodying deeply human traits: passion, loyalty, and the pursuit of what is right. In the heart of the Americas, giants emerge in the form of the mythic beings of the Native American tribes. The Ojibwe spoke of the giant Manitou, a spirit that embodied the very essence of the earth. This giant was both protector and adversary, reflecting the dual nature of existence. In the tales of the Pacific Northwest, the giant Sasquatch roams the forests, instilling a sense of wonder mixed with fear. The mere thought of encountering such a creature sends shivers down the spine, yet it also stirs a deep yearning for connection with nature, an understanding of the world that is often lost in modern life. As the stories weave through different cultures, they reveal a common thread. Giants represent not only physical strength, but also the internal battles that humans face. The Greek giants, the Titans, stood against the Olympians in an epic confrontation that echoed the struggles of generations. Their fall from grace serves as a reminder of the consequences of hubris and the eternal struggle for power. The stories of Prometheus stealing fire from the gods or Atlas carrying the weight of the heavens resonate with universal themes of sacrifice, ambition, and the prices we pay for our desires. In Africa, Giants appear in folklore as protectors or tricksters. The stories of Anansi, the spider, often feature him outsmarting larger, more powerful beings. Here lies another layer of giant mythologies, the realization that intellect can be as formidable as brute strength. Anansi's tales evoke laughter and wisdom, reminding listeners that sometimes, the smallest among us can bring down the mightiest giants with cunning and wit. In every culture, the figure of the giant serves as a mirror reflecting humanity's hopes, fears, and moral dilemmas. These beings are not merely fabrications of imagination. They are rooted in the struggles of real lives, representing the obstacles that people face amid the chaos of existence. The giants of the world stand tall, their shadows stretching across the pages of history, inviting admiration and trepidation. As the moon rises high, illuminating the tales of giants, the emotional weight of their stories pulls at the heartstrings. The villagers tremble at the thought of frost giants, while warriors prepare to face their mythic foes, their hearts pounding with a mix of courage and dread. Mothers tell stories of giants to their children, ensuring that the lessons learned from these tales echo through generations. Each giant has a lesson, a story that transcends time, urging humanity to reflect on the balance between strength and compassion. With every myth, a heartbeat can be felt, an echo of ages past, a reminder that giants exist in the shadows and in the hearts of those who dare to dream. The struggle between giants and humans is not just a battle of strength. It is a clash of ideals, a testament to resilience and the never-ending quest for understanding. And just as the giant stories captivate the imagination, they create a bridge to yet another world, where the echoes of the past resonate with the present, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. As dawn approaches, the giants may retreat into the mists of legend, but their impact lingers, whispering secrets and stirring emotions, beckoning humanity to confront its own giants. The stories of giant beings, both terrifying and tender, are far from over. They are merely a prelude to the continuing saga of what it means to be human, where the real battles lie not only in the physical realm but within the very souls of those who dare to dream. In a time when shadows danced with flickering firelight and the air pulsed with ancient whispers, giants walked the world. Towering over trees, their silhouettes loomed against the horizon, casting a long shadow over humanity's fragile existence. While their footsteps shook the earth, it was the heartbeat of their stories that echoed through the annals of history, intertwining with the lives of those who dared to dream. This was a world where giants were not just myths but living, breathing beings that engaged with humanity in ways that fascinated and frightened. The earliest tales spoke of giants as benevolent guardians of the land. In the rolling hills of ancient Greece, they were seen as protectors of the harvest, whispered about in hushed tones as farmers thanked them for bountiful crops. The giants, with their massive hands, would reach into the earth, coaxing forth grains and fruits. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the stories took darker turns. With every act of kindness came a warning: beware the giant who, when angered, could turn fields into wastelands with a single stomp. This duality painted a vivid picture. Giants were not merely gods or devils. They were something much more complex. Over centuries, as civilizations rose and crumbled, the giants' presence became intertwined with human conflict. In the icy realms of Scandinavia, tales of the frost giants sent shivers down the spines of warriors. The clash between gods and giants was not just a battle of strength but a struggle for survival. As the great Odin led his men into battle, the echoes of their war cries mingled with the deep growls of the giants, creating a symphony of chaos. Each swing of a sword held the weight of history, as humanity sought to prove its worth against these colossal foes. The giants, though fearsome, were sometimes portrayed as tragic figures, misunderstood and grieving for their lost kin. In the shifting sands of the Middle East, legends of Goliath danced alongside stories of giants who built the Great Pyramids. The Egyptians spoke of these beings as demigods, their enormous forms visible in the deep shadows of the monolithic structures. The giants were said to have carved the stones with their bare hands, their tears mingling with the mortar that held the pyramids together. But with every brick laid, whispers of rebellion grew. Stories emerged of giants who, frustrated by their servitude, sought to rise against their human masters. The tension crackled like the air before a storm. Humanity clung to its power, while the giants brewed a tempest of emotion beneath their stony exteriors. Across the ocean, Native American tribes spoke of giants that roamed the mountains, casting long shadows over valleys filled with life. These giants were not just creatures of flesh and bone. They were embodiments of the earth itself, witnesses to the rise and fall of civilizations. They were revered, feared, and often left offerings of food and trinkets, a hope that the giants would remain benevolent. But as settlers encroached upon their land, the giants' fury ignited. The earth trembled as they rose to defend their territory, with the fate of humanity hanging in the balance. In every corner of the world, giants became symbols of humanity's deepest fears and greatest hopes. In the tales of ancient Rome, they were depicted as gladiators, battling for the entertainment of the masses. Yet, beneath the cheers of the crowd lay a profound sadness. These giants, once revered, were now mere pawns in the game of life and death. The arena echoed with the roars of the audience, but it was the silence of the fallen that resonated the loudest. Giants fought not just for survival but for a sense of identity amidst a world that sought to diminish them. As history marched on, the giants evolved, yet their essence remained. In the tales spun by the firesides of medieval Europe, they became the ogres of folklore, their stories passed down through generations. Children trembled at the thought of a giant lurking in the woods, but they also marveled at the tales of friendship that emerged from these interactions. A giant who saved a lost traveler, a young girl who outsmarted a beast. Their stories twined together like vines climbing toward the sun. But with every fable, the giant's presence began to fade. The age of enlightenment dawned, and humanity sought to reason away the mythical. The giants became relics of the past, fading into the background of history, a mere echo of what once was. Yet, within this silence lay a tension, a heart-wrenching yearning to connect with something larger than life itself. The myths remained, pulsating with life, waiting for someone to listen, to remember. In a world where skyscrapers now stood where giants once roamed, the remnants of their legacy lingered in the mountains, the forests, the very earth beneath our feet. A lone child gazed up at the towering peaks, feeling a shiver run down their spine, as if the giants still watched, waiting for humanity to reawaken to their stories. They felt the pulse of history, a connection that spanned ages and realms, inviting them to remember. The stories of giants were woven into the fabric of humanity, each thread a testament to the complex relationship between the colossal and the small. As the last rays of sun dipped below the horizon, a new chapter beckoned, filled with the promise of adventure and discovery, a whisper of what was to come. The giants, it seemed, were not finished with their tale just yet. The ancient oak stood alone on the hill, its massive branches sprawling like the arms of an old guardian embracing the sky. Each gnarled twist and turn of its trunk told a story, whispering secrets of the ages to those willing to listen. Beneath its canopy, the ground was a patchwork of sunlight and shadow, where wildflowers danced in the breeze, their colors vibrant against the rich, dark soil. The air was thick with the scent of earth after a rain, a fragrance that stirred memories of childhood and long-forgotten laughter. In the gentle rustle of leaves, one could almost hear the echoes of history, the voices of those who had sought refuge under the tree's boughs. Centuries ago, villagers had gathered here for celebrations, their faces aglow with the flickering light of bonfires. They would tell stories of their ancestors, their triumphs and struggles, each tale woven into the very roots of that mighty oak. It was more than just a tree. It was a symbol of life itself, a testament to resilience and endurance. Nature, in its unyielding beauty, has always held a mirror to human experience. The cycles of trees reflect the seasons of life, birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. As spring unfurls its blossoms, it mirrors the innocence of youth, full of dreams and possibilities. Summer, with its warm embrace, represents the peak of life, the flourishing of ambitions and desires. Then comes autumn, when leaves turn to gold and crimson, heralding change and reflection, reminding one of time's relentless passage. Finally, Winter blankets the ground in silence, a time of rest and contemplation, where one must face the stark realities of existence. Wandering through the woods, one might stumble upon a cluster of white birch trees. Their bark is pale as freshly fallen snow. Each slender trunk stands tall, almost as if reaching for the heavens, symbolizing purity and renewal. In many cultures, birch trees are seen as harbingers of new beginnings. They remind us that even after the harshest winters, life will emerge anew. The sight of those trees, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight, evokes a sense of hope, a reminder that challenges can lead to growth, and that every ending is but a prelude to something fresh and exciting. The symbolism of trees transcends mere aesthetics. In countless myths and legends, the tree of life stands as a powerful emblem of interconnectedness. From the sacred banyan tree of India to the mighty redwoods of California, trees have represented the link between the earth and the cosmos. They are the quiet witnesses of time, standing still while the world changes around them. Underneath their bark lies a sanctuary of life, where birds build nests and squirrels scamper, where insects buzz and fungi thrive. This vibrant ecosystem encapsulates the essence of community. Each living part plays a role, just as each person contributes to the fabric of society. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape, the forest transformed. The sounds of the day faded, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. In this twilight realm, the trees loomed like ancient sentinels, guarding secrets only they could understand. It is within this silence that one can feel the weight of history pressing down, a heaviness that stirs emotions buried deep within. For those who walk among the trees, there lies an undeniable connection, a feeling that one is rooted in something greater, something timeless. The willow, with its graceful, sweeping branches, evokes a sense of longing and melancholy. It stands by the water's edge, its reflections shimmering like memories on the surface. In many cultures, willows are symbols of grief and healing, embodying the paradox of sorrow and strength. They sway gently in the wind, a reminder that even in moments of pain, there is beauty. As tears fall, they too nourish the soil, reminding us of the cycle of life and the importance of honoring our emotions. Each tree carries its own story, a testament to growth and change. The towering sequoias, some of the oldest living beings on Earth, stand as monuments to endurance. Having withstood countless storms and wildfires, they rise above the chaos, their thick trunks a symbol of strength and survival. The ancient Greeks believed that the sequoia embodied wisdom, the kind that comes from experience. In their presence, one could feel the weight of knowledge accumulated over centuries, a reminder that time shapes us, carving out our identities just as the elements shape the landscape. Amidst this rich tapestry of symbols, the cherry blossom tree stands out, radiant and ephemeral. Its delicate pink petals burst forth in spring, a breathtaking spectacle that draws admirers from far and wide. Yet, its beauty is fleeting, lasting only a few weeks before the petals fall to the ground, a poignant reminder of life's transience. In Japanese culture, the cherry blossom represents the fleeting nature of existence, urging one to embrace each moment, to find joy in the present. It's a call to celebrate life, even in its impermanence, a lesson that echoes in the hearts of those who witness its bloom. Nature, with its vast array of trees and landscapes, serves as a canvas for human emotions and experiences. Each rustle of leaves, each crack of a branch, carries a weight of meaning, reflecting the joys and sorrows of life. As shadows grew long and twilight deepened, the forest seemed to breathe, a living entity pulsing with stories waiting to be told. Each tree, a chapter, each leaf, a word. The language of nature speaks to the soul in ways that transcend understanding, weaving a connection between past and present, reminding all who wander among its giants of the timeless dance of existence. In the stillness of the evening, one could linger a moment longer, captivated by the interplay of light and shadow, by the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. The night air carried the fragrance of blooming jasmine, mingling with the earthy scent of moss and damp wood. Here, beneath the stars, the tales of the trees lingered, waiting for someone to lean in closer, to listen intently to the whispers echoing through the ages, forever entwined with the very essence of humanity. In the dim light of twilight, the air crackled with a tension that sent chills down the spines of those who dared listen. The whispers of the ancients loomed like shadows over the sagging rooftops of a distant village, where tales of the afterlife danced between the living and the dead. There, a fragile parchment lay hidden, its contents shrouded in mystery, speaking of destinies entwined with giants and the fierce reckoning waiting beyond the veil of mortality. The Book of Giants, a forgotten treasure, contained echoes of a time when celestial beings walked the earth, their footsteps trembling the ground beneath. The giants, birthed from the union of the Watchers and human women, were not mere myths. They were the embodiment of ambition, power, and ultimately, despair. Each line of the text breathed life into their struggles, revealing their hearts as they roamed the land, colossal figures shunned by earth and heaven alike. In this somber narrative, the afterlife was not simply a place of rest but a battleground for souls. As the giants fell one by one, their colossal bodies crumbling into dust, they faced an unsettling truth. Death was not an end but a transformation, a portal to another existence that promised both salvation and retribution. The air thickened with the weight of their choices, and the consequences loomed like a storm on the horizon. The spirit of one giant, named Ohia, echoed throughout the ages. Once a protector of his kin, he now hovered between realms, shackled by the guilt of his past. In his dreams, he wandered through a desolate landscape, one where the cries of lost souls intertwined with the rustling of barren trees. Each sorrowful wail pierced his heart, a reminder of the lives he had touched and the devastation he had wrought. The promise of redemption hung tantalizingly close, yet always just beyond his grasp. Visions of a fiery abyss ensnared his thoughts, where the damned were consumed by their own darkness. The horrors of that place danced before his eyes, a chaotic swirl of lost souls clawing at the walls of despair, their voices rising in a cacophony of anguish. Ohia recognized many of them, fellow giants who had strayed too far from the path of righteousness. The sight twisted in his gut as he remembered the laughter they once shared, now replaced by haunting echoes of regret. In the Book of Giants, there lay a prophecy, a chilling promise that all would face their deeds when the day of reckoning arrived. The giants, in their hubris, had believed themselves invincible, far removed from the whims of fate. Yet now, in the quiet of their afterlives, they grappled with the reality that divine justice was relentless. Each soul would be weighed, each choice scrutinized, a heavy ledger meticulously kept by the hands of unseen forces. A gathering storm began to brew on the horizon, heralding the arrival of the Watchers, those who had sown the seeds of discontent among mortals. They descended like dark clouds, with eyes that burned with the knowledge of ages. These beings had once walked beside the giants, but now they stood as judges, ready to unveil the truths that lay hidden beneath layers of pride and defiance. The giants felt their approach in the marrow of their bones, a tremor of dread that spoke of inevitable judgment. As the giants awaited their fate, the realm of the living continued to pulse with vibrant life. Yet, the air shimmered with unease, as the whispers of the past seeped into the present. The villagers, oblivious to the ancient struggle unfolding, went about their daily lives, but the scars of the giants' legacy remained etched in the land. The earth trembled beneath their feet, a constant reminder of their predecessors' fall from grace, blurring the lines between past and present, life and death. The tension reached a fever pitch as Ohia, driven by a flicker of hope, sought the guidance of the spirits that roamed the twilight. They were ancient beings, custodians of knowledge, holding the keys to the afterlife. Their voices, like the rustling of leaves, spoke of choices that could alter the course of destinies. "Seek the path of humility," they whispered. "For to rise again, one must first fall to their knees." Yet, the weight of despair often silenced the hope within the giants' hearts. The burden of their colossal existence threatened to crush them, casting shadows long enough to swallow the light of possibility. As they stood on the precipice of judgment, the abyss of their failures yawned before them, a chasm that could devour their very essence. In that moment, the air shifted, and the heavens opened. A blinding light filtered through the gloom, illuminating the darkness that had cloaked their hearts. Ohia felt the warmth of that light wrap around him, a promise of something greater. The giants gasped as the realization washed over them. A flicker of redemption. Could they, in their brokenness, find a way to rise again? The whispers of hope danced on the winds, urging the giants to remember the love that once bound them to humanity. The pain of their past, though heavy, could be transformed into a force for good. In this fragile moment, the giants stood at the crossroads of eternity, each heartbeat echoing the weight of their choices. And then came the rumblings of fate, the sound of the earth itself reacting to the giants' turmoil. The Watchers had arrived, their presence heavy with authority. With every heartbeat, the air thickened with anticipation, emotions swirling like a tempest, a storm gathering strength. The giants would soon learn whether their journey through the afterlife would lead them to redemption or bind them forever in chains of despair. As the tension hung palpably in the air, a radiant figure emerged from the shadows, a harbinger of hope, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The giants felt the shift. Perhaps their story was not yet over. Perhaps the winding paths of the afterlife held secrets still to be revealed, destinies waiting to intertwine in ways they could not yet fathom. And so, with every breath, they awaited the dawn of judgment, the resolution of their epic tale. As the night deepened, and the echo of their legacy reverberated through realms unseen. Beneath the shadows of ancient scrolls, a whisper lingers, echoing the tales of giants and their fallen dominion. In the dim light of dusty libraries, where the scent of parchment and ink mingles with time, the Book of Giants emerges from the forgotten past. A text teeming with colossal figures, fierce battles, and a profound sense of loss. It is a work that did not merely fade into obscurity. Its influence rippled through the ages, embedding itself within the very fabric of literature that followed. As the words of the giants roamed free, they found their way into the hearts and minds of later writers, weaving an intricate tapestry of inspiration and dread. The giants, those towering beings who once strode the earth, were not just monsters. They were symbols of human struggle against the enormity of fate and the divine. Their stories were tales of hubris, warning of the consequences that come when one dares to defy the celestial order. In the early days, echoes of these giants wove into the texts of the Hebrew Bible, leaving behind a legacy that would mold the minds of poets and playwrights centuries later. The giants, like Goliath, became emblematic of the battle between the ordinary and the extraordinary, the underdog versus the titan. Who could forget the fierce confrontation that echoed through time, where David's slingshot struck not just a giant, but the very essence of fear that dwells within us all? Even the great epics of ancient Greece could not escape their grasp. Writers like Homer, with their grand narratives of gods and heroes, painted vivid portraits of struggles that mirrored those found in the Book of Giants. The themes of wrath, revenge, and redemption were universal. They transcended borders and ages. Giants populated the landscapes of mythology, becoming titans in their own right, battling for glory and immortality, much like the figures of Enkidu and Gilgamesh in Mesopotamian lore. As centuries rolled on, the giants continued to loom large over the imagination of storytellers. The medieval ages took the seeds planted by the Book of Giants and nurtured them into sprawling tales of knights and monstrous foes. The giants transformed into ogres and trolls, lurking in the dark recesses of forests. Here lay a deeper fear, a reflection of the unknown that haunted every corner of the human psyche. Fairy tales, with their enchanting yet terrifying giants, beckoned children and adults alike, reminding them that even the smallest among them could triumph against enormous odds. In the shadows of Europe's castles, stories were spun of brave souls confronting these monstrous figures, a stark reminder that courage often emerges from fear. The giants were no longer merely colossal beings. They were metaphors for the challenges that life throws our way. They became embodiments of the inner demons we face, our own giants that loom over us, threatening to crush our spirits. During the Renaissance, the Book of Giants resurfaced, its influence seeping into the works of Shakespeare and Milton. The bard, with his keen understanding of the human experience, drew from the deep well of ancient narratives. The monstrous figures in his plays often reflected the chaotic nature of power and ambition, resonating with the towering giants who once walked the earth. In Macbeth, for instance, ambition spirals out of control, much like the giants' insatiable desires led to their demise. Milton, too, caught the breath of the giants in his portrayal of fallen angels and epic battles in Paradise Lost. The titanic struggle between good and evil mirrored the eternal fight against the giants' legacy, a struggle that manifests in every human soul. The giants became symbols not only of destruction but of the capacity for greatness and the tragic flaws that lead to downfall. Moving into the 19th century, the giants found new life in the pages of Romantic poets. Their works, laden with emotion and a longing for the sublime, breathed new significance into the tales of the giants. Wordsworth and Coleridge, with their reverence for nature and the supernatural, captured the essence of the giants as forces of chaos, beauty, and terror. The natural world became a canvas where giants roamed, embodying the conflict between humanity and the wild, untamed forces of existence. Even the pulse of modern literature beats with the remnants of the Book of Giants. Fantasy novels, from Tolkien's Middle-earth to contemporary works like American Gods by Neil Gaiman, evoke the giant spirit. They shape the heroes who rise against overwhelming odds, reflecting the timeless battle against the giants within ourselves. The motifs of struggle, clash, and the search for identity echo through the pages, binding generations of readers to the giants' legacy. Film and popular culture, too, have embraced the giants, transforming them into cinematic spectacles. Iconic movies, with their grandiose depictions of battles between humanity and monstrous beings, tap into the primal fear and exhilaration that the giants represent. They remind us of our own struggles against the towering forces of nature, society, and self. The Book of Giants, with its haunting tales of glory and despair, continues to ripple through time, impacting the way we tell stories and understand our place in the universe. Each retelling, each adaptation, adds layers of complexity to the giant's narrative, imbuing it with new meaning while keeping alive the raw emotions that sparked its original creation. The giants may have been banished from the earth, but their legacy remains, alive in the stories we tell, the fears we confront, and the triumphs we celebrate. As the night deepens and the stories unfold, the shadows of the giants grow long, reminding us that their influence is far from over. In the silence of the libraries, within the hearts of writers, and in the minds of dreamers, the giants linger, ever watchful, waiting for their next chance to rise. The journey does not end here. It spirals onward, into the heart of our own narratives, where the echoes of the giants will forever guide our pens. In the dim light of a flickering lamp, a tattered scroll lay on a dusty table, its edges frayed and ink faded with time. A voice, heavy with the weight of centuries, whispered the story of beings who were neither fully divine nor human, titans of a forgotten age. This was the Book of Giants, a fragment of a world shrouded in myth and shadow, where giants walked the earth, their footsteps echoing through the annals of human history. Each page crackled with the tension of ancient battles, filled with a longing that resonated in the hearts of those who dared to read. The giants, monstrous yet tragically human, roamed the land, their size a reflection of their ambitions and their follies. They were the offspring of the Watchers, angels who descended from the heavens, driven by an insatiable desire for knowledge and, perhaps, something more sinister. With each giant that emerged, the earth trembled and the sky darkened, a prelude to the chaos that was to come. Their stories, woven with threads of grief and regret, told of warriors who were both feared and pitied, who sought acceptance but found only despair. Lamech, a towering figure amongst them, remembered the tales his father had told him, stories of a lineage marked by tragedy. His heart ached as he recalled the prophecy that gripped his family, echoing through the ages like a distant thunderstorm. "You will bring forth a flood." The words haunted him, a weight heavier than the mountains surrounding him. He stood at the edge of a vast chasm, the abyss within mirroring the turmoil in his soul. "What does it mean?" he whispered to the wind, desperate for answers that remained stubbornly out of reach. In the quiet moments, Lamech's mind wandered to the friendships he had forged with his brothers, with their shared laughter and dreams. Yet, the shadows of their fate loomed larger. The giants were not just creatures of immense strength. They were filled with fear, jealousy, and the haunting knowledge of their impending doom. Each giant carried a burden heavier than the next, their hearts a tapestry of hope and anguish. They yearned for a legacy that would outlive their colossal forms. As Lamech struggled with his thoughts, a chilling sound shattered the silence, a roar that echoed through the valley. It was the cry of a giant, a mournful lament that resonated with the very fabric of the earth. The giants were restless, and the air crackled with tension. They gathered for council, their towering silhouettes illuminated against the backdrop of a dying sun. Each face bore witness to a shared pain, a collective anxiety that bound them together in an unbreakable bond. Among them was Simjaza, a leader whose charisma shone brighter than his colossal stature. He raised his voice, commanding attention as shadows danced around him. "Brothers, we cannot sit idly by. The flood is coming, and we must find a way to avert our fate." His words sparked a flicker of hope, but a murmur of doubt passed through the crowd. Could they, the giants, truly change their destiny? Or were they merely puppets in a tale scripted by higher powers? Fierce debates erupted, voices clashing like thunder. Some giants argued for rebellion against the heavens, seeking vengeance for the perceived injustices wrought upon them. Others spoke of humility, urging acceptance of their fate. The tension grew, each heartbeat echoing with the weight of their choice. Lamech, caught in the crossfire of emotions, felt the crushing pressure of his lineage. Were they cursed to repeat the mistakes of their forebears? Outside the gathering, a distant figure approached. A human, small and fragile in comparison to the giants, yet radiating an aura of determination. It was Enoch, the scribe, a man who walked between worlds, a bridge between the divine and the mortal. His heart pounded as he neared the assembly, his mind racing with the knowledge bestowed upon him by the heavens. He had glimpsed visions of the giant's fate and understood the urgency of the moment. As he stepped into the circle, the giants fell silent, their eyes narrowing with suspicion and curiosity. Enoch cleared his throat, the weight of his mission pressing heavily on him. "Lamech," he called, recognizing the giant who stood apart, torn between duty and destiny. "There is a way to save your kind, a path that requires sacrifice." The air thickened with anticipation. Enoch spoke of dreams and revelations, of a future where giants could find redemption. But the cost would be steep, demanding more than mere strength. It would require a willingness to confront their fears and face the truth of their existence. The giants listened, enraptured and terrified, caught in the balance of hope and despair. As the night deepened, Enoch shared stories of the past, tales of giants who had fallen, remnants of whom lingered in the echoes of the earth. He painted a picture of a world that could be shimmering with possibilities yet shadowed by the specter of their impending doom. The giants felt their hearts swell and shatter, each story stirring emotions they had long buried. They were not just monsters. They were brothers, sons, and fathers, forging a legacy that reached beyond their towering forms. With every word, the tension in the air thickened. Would they rise as one, or would they succumb to their fears and divisions? Lamech felt the weight of his ancestors pressing down upon him, urging him to choose wisely. The flickering flame of the lamp cast long shadows, mimicking the giant's inner turmoil, a battle between light and darkness, hope and despair, loyalty and betrayal. The night wore on, an endless cycle of emotions swirling like a tempest. The giants, once strong, now stood at a crossroads, facing the very essence of their existence. Would they embrace the path Enoch laid before them, or would they allow fear to dictate their fate? With hearts pounding and breaths held, they hovered on the edge of a decision, teetering between legacy and loss. And as the first light of dawn began to break, shining through the cracks of the night, the giants felt a shift in the air. The time for action was drawing near, and with it came the promise of change. an opportunity to forge a new destiny. The echoes of the past began to fade, replaced by a whisper of hope that woven through the fabric of their immense hearts, beckoning them to step forward into the uncertain light of a new day. In the shadowy corners of ancient scrolls, whispers of forgotten truths lingered like echoes in a vast, empty chamber. The Book of Giants, with its tantalizing revelations and haunting narratives, beckoned to those hungry for deeper wisdom. This sacred text, a fragmented companion to the Book of Enoch, held secrets that danced on the edge of human understanding. It was a mystical tapestry, intertwining tales of fallen angels, monstrous giants, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In the tender glow of candlelight, a group of scholars huddled over aged manuscripts, their fingers trembling with anticipation as they turned the fragile pages. Each word seemed to pulse with life, a heartbeat of ancient knowledge waiting to be unleashed. What they unearthed was not merely a story but a profound exploration of the human spirit, its fears and aspirations. The Book of Giants carved pathways into the very essence of Jewish mysticism, igniting sparks of divine curiosity. Tension hung thick in the air as tales of the Nephilim, those colossal beings born of the union between the sons of God and the daughters of men, unfurled before their eyes. The giants' ambition, their insatiable thirst for power, mirrored humanity's own struggles. As the scholars read, their hearts raced. Here was a narrative that transcended time, reflecting the eternal battle against hubris and moral decay. The giants, with their immense strength and physical prowess, became symbols of the darkness that can overshadow the soul. In their quest for domination, they inflicted suffering upon the earth, echoing the primal fears that have haunted humanity since the dawn of civilization. This was not merely ancient mythology. It was a mirror to the human condition. The Book of Giants pulled at the heartstrings of the scholars, reminding them that within every individual lies a choice between greatness and folly. Yet, within this cosmic drama of giants and angels, glimmered the powerful notion of redemption. Prophecies and visions flowed through the pages, offering glimpses of hope amid despair. The text hinted at the possibility of restoration, a promise that even the most tainted could find a way back to the light. In the mystical traditions that flourished within Judaism, this interplay of darkness and light became a core principle, inspiring countless generations to seek the divine within and around them. As the scholars continued their reading, they felt themselves becoming part of a larger narrative. The Book of Giants served as a conduit, connecting them to the ancient mystics who had wrestled with these same truths. The stories of rebellion and quest for understanding reverberated across the millennia, binding the past to the present in a tapestry rich with emotion and meaning. Each figure, each giant, each angel, became more than mere characters. They transformed into archetypes representing the struggles of every individual. The visions of the giants' dreams, their foreboding dreams of impending doom, ignited a fire of yearning within the hearts of those who dared to contemplate their significance. The desire to transcend the mundane, to touch the divine, resonated deeply in the souls of the scholars. The Book of Giants beckoned them to not only understand but to experience the mystical journey that lay before them, a journey filled with the potential for transformation. Within the folds of the text, the intertwining of mythology and reality created a rich atmosphere of mysticism. The giants were not just beings of unimaginable size. They embodied the very fears and desires that shaped human existence. They represented the struggle with the divine, the yearning for knowledge, and the eternal question of good versus evil. This dynamic interplay fostered a fertile ground for mystical thought, encouraging the search for meaning within the chaos of life. As the candle flickered, casting shadows that danced on the walls, the scholars marveled at how the Book of Giants influenced the development of Kabbalah, the mystical branch of Judaism. Concepts such as the Sphirot, the pathways of divine energy, found echoes in the narratives of the giants and their celestial adversaries. The interplay of light and darkness, creation and destruction, became central themes in the mystical teachings that emerged in the centuries that followed. The giant stories, steeped in emotion, also spoke of the fragility of existence. Each tale of their fall served as a poignant reminder of the consequences of ambition unchecked by morality. The scholars felt a chill run down their spines as they recognized echoes of their own lives, the moments when ambition tempted them to stray from the path of righteousness. The Book of Giants became a cautionary tale, urging them to remain vigilant against the seduction of power and to seek a balance between the material and the spiritual. With every page turned, the intensity grew. The illustrations of cosmic battles between the forces of good and evil awakened a sense of urgency within the scholars. They began to see their own struggles reflected in the grand narratives. The giants' defeat was not merely an end. It symbolized the possibility of triumph over the darker aspects of the human soul. Each story resonated with the heartbeat of hope, a reminder that even the most daunting challenges could lead to profound spiritual awakening. As the night deepened, the scholars felt a deep connection to the mystics who came before them. The Book of Giants became a bridge, linking them to a rich tradition of seeking and questioning. In the flickering light, they sensed the weight of history pressing upon them, urging them to carry forth the wisdom they had uncovered. The emotional intensity wrapped around them like a cloak, insulating them against the outside world, pulling them further into the depths of their shared heritage. Their hearts raced as they approached the final passages of the text. Would the giants find redemption? Would their stories continue to ripple through history, shaping the thoughts and beliefs of future generations? The air crackled with anticipation, the promise of revelation resting just beyond the final lines. Each scholar's breath quickened, mirroring the pulse of ancient wisdom that coursed through the pages they held. As they reached the closing words, a feeling of profound connection lingered. The Book of Giants was not merely an ancient artifact. It was a living testament to the ongoing quest for understanding, a narrative that intertwined with their own lives, challenging them to confront their fears and embrace the light. The night stretched on, the flickering candles illuminating endless possibilities, as the echoes of the giants whispered through time, inviting them to step forward and claim their place in the tapestry of spiritual history. The story did not end. It transformed, ready to unfold into the next chapter of mystical exploration. The flickering candlelight danced across the ancient parchment, illuminating the words that had stirred souls and sparked fierce debates for centuries. Each letter, a whisper of the past, held the weight of countless interpretations, each unique lens reflecting the hopes, fears, and dreams of those who dared to examine its meaning. A scholar, hunched over his desk, traced his fingers over the faded ink, his heart racing with the thrill of discovery, while outside his window, the world thrummed with life, blissfully unaware of the intellectual battles raging within. In the dim light of a dusty library, a woman named Miriam, her bright eyes shadowed by years of searching, found herself captivated by a worn volume, its spine cracked with age. She felt a connection, as if the words spoke directly to her soul. From the moment the first line leapt off the page, she was swept into a realm where time lost its meaning. The interpretations of those who had come before her echoed through her mind, each one a vivid brushstroke on the canvas of human understanding. Was it not astonishing how a single text could ignite such a firestorm of thoughts? In the early centuries, the great philosophers, men of wisdom like Augustine and Aquinas, pored over these texts, their minds ablaze with questions that seemed to have no end. The Church, a towering figure in their lives, loomed over their interpretations, urging them to frame their thoughts within the bounds of doctrine. The tension was palpable. Would they risk everything to seek truth, even if it meant standing against the very institutions that shaped their lives? As they debated in candlelit chambers, the air thick with smoke and uncertainty, the seeds of diverse thoughts took root, sprouting into a multitude of interpretations that would echo through the ages. As the years slipped away, the Renaissance blossomed, and with it came a wave of enlightenment. Scholars and artists alike began to reclaim the freedom to think beyond the constraints of tradition. The words that once lay under rigid authority began to transform, swirling with a freshness that could only come from the fervor of a new generation. In coffee houses, intellectuals gathered, their voices rising in passionate discourse, each interpretation a spark igniting a new way of seeing the world. It was a heady time, filled with the scent of possibility and the hope that understanding could lead to change. Meanwhile, in distant lands, other voices emerged. The rich tapestry of interpretations wove together the experiences of cultures far and wide. From the bustling markets of the Middle East to the serene monasteries of Asia, scholars, poets, and mystics engaged with the same texts but emerged with interpretations so different that they felt like entirely new narratives. Each culture painted its own meaning, reflecting its values, struggles, and aspirations. It was a reminder that truth was not a single thread, but a vibrant tapestry, each strand contributing to a broader understanding of the human condition. As the world marched into modernity, the stakes grew. The Enlightenment ushered in bold thinkers like Voltaire and Kant, who dared to question not just the texts, but the very foundations of society itself. Their interpretations were revolutionary, challenging the status quo, and shaking the old pillars of authority to their core. Miriam, lost in her reading, felt her heart race as she turned each page. The passion of those thinkers ignited a fire within her. Could one voice truly change the world? The shadows of war whispered in the distance, and with each conflict came a new wave of interpretations. The horrors of battles and the cries of the oppressed echoed through the pages of history. Writers found their voices amid turmoil, recounting their experiences with raw honesty. From the trenches of World War I to the resistance movements of the Second World War, every interpretation carried the weight of sorrow, loss, and hope. In the aftermath, people grappled with the need to understand not only the texts but the very nature of humanity itself. Miriam could feel the pulse of history in her veins, the emotions of those who had come before her swirling around her like a tempest. As she turned another page, the words seemed to leap to life. Interpretations of struggle, resilience, and the relentless quest for meaning. Each sentence resonated deeply, striking chords of empathy and understanding that transcended time. How could it be that the same text could elicit such profound emotions from so many different hearts? With the advent of the digital age, a new chapter unfolded. The world became interconnected, and interpretations multiplied at an astonishing pace. Online forums buzzed with discussions that stretched across continents, each voice adding to the cacophony of understanding. The immediacy of communication allowed ideas to flow like a river, carrying with them the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Yet, as the flood of interpretations surged, Miriam felt an undercurrent of anxiety. Were these voices drowning out the wisdom of the past, or were they simply weaving a new layer into the rich fabric of understanding? As dawn broke outside her window, casting a warm glow over her pages, Miriam's thoughts swirled. She pondered the unending quest for meaning and connection through these interpretations. Each generation, each individual, brought their unique light to the texts, illuminating paths that had once been shrouded in darkness. It was a shared journey, one that spanned centuries and cultures, yet always pointed toward the same human longing for understanding. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine as she considered the implications. What if the very act of seeking meaning was itself the answer? Each interpretation, each commentary, was not just a reflection of the text, but a mirror held up to the reader's soul. In every question asked, in every argument made, there lay a profound truth, that the search for understanding would never cease. The candle flickered, and for a moment, Miriam felt as if she were part of something much larger. A continuum of voices, a vibrant choir that would never fall silent. Her eyes fell back onto the manuscript, and she realized with a jolt that the stories, the interpretations, had no real end. They flowed into one another like a river, each twist and turn revealing new landscapes of thought and emotion. This was not merely a study of history, but a living tapestry, woven with the threads of countless hearts and minds, forever evolving as new voices joined the chorus. And as she turned the page, the weight of the past and the promise of the future coalesced in a single moment, promising that the quest for understanding would continue to resonate, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. In a dimly lit room in ancient Alexandria, a scroll lay unfurled on a wooden table, its edges worn and ink faded. Scholars and philosophers gathered, their breaths held tight as they absorbed every word, realizing they were on the brink of something monumental. The words danced in the flickering candlelight, igniting a fire in their hearts. The text, though simple in its construction, carried the weight of 1,000 ideas and emotions, ready to ripple across centuries and cultures like a pebble thrown into a tranquil lake. This was no ordinary text. It was a conduit for change, a mirror reflecting the soul of humanity. In the East, whispers of its wisdom reached the ears of those in bustling marketplaces, weaving through the stalls filled with spices and textiles. A merchant paused, captivated by the tales of bravery and love, and felt a lump form in his throat. To him, the words became more than ink on parchment. They were an invitation to dream, to hope, to feel deeply. The laughter of children playing nearby faded into the background, and for a moment, he was lost in a world where heroes fought for justice, and love could conquer all. As the text traveled, it reached the vast deserts of Arabia, where nomadic tribes gathered around crackling campfires. The flickering flames cast shadows that danced like spirits in the night. Here, the text morphed into oral tradition, told and retold under the starlit sky. Elders recited passages with fevered passion, their voices rising and falling like the gentle hills of sand. The listeners, young and old, leaned in, their hearts synchronized with the rhythm of the words. Tears glistened in the eyes of a young boy as he heard of a hero who stood tall against injustice, embodying the very spirit of resilience. In that moment, he vowed to be brave, to stand for what was right, no matter the cost. In the sprawling markets of the Ottoman Empire, the text found itself woven into the fabric of daily life. Merchants quoted it to persuade customers, while poets used its enchanting phrases to ignite imaginations. The echoes of its themes seeped into the paintings that adorned the walls of homes, depicting tales of triumph and tragedy. A woman, adorned in vibrant silks, found solace in the words as they resonated with her struggles and aspirations. On rainy afternoons, she would clutch the text close to her heart, feeling as if it understood her loneliness, her dreams, and her unyielding hope for a better tomorrow. Traveling further, the text crossed oceans and mountains, landing in the verdant landscapes of China. Here, scholars gathered in serene gardens, their minds open to the ideas contained within. The text became a source of inspiration, sparking debates and discussions that were both fervent and respectful. In an elegant courtyard, a young woman named May found herself captivated by the poetic elegance of the language. Each phrase felt like a brushstroke on the canvas of her imagination, igniting emotions she had never dared to explore. In her solitude, she penned her own reflections, intertwining her spirit with the sentiments of the text, creating something uniquely her own. But not every reception was warm. In places where the text's messages challenged the status quo, resistance brewed. In a dimly lit tavern in medieval Europe, a group of men huddled together, their faces drawn with anger and fear. They spoke in hushed tones about how the text threatened their way of life. Heated arguments erupted, voices rising like thunder, as they debated its merit. For them, the words were not an invitation. They were a challenge, a call to arms against change. Yet, even in their defiance, they could not escape the truth woven into the fabric of the text. A truth that lingered like a shadow, refusing to be ignored. In the heart of Africa, the text found its way into the hands of storytellers who breathed new life into its tales. Gathered around fires under sprawling baobab trees, communities listened, captivated by the rhythm of their voices as they shared these powerful stories. The text transformed into songs and dances, a celebration of life and resilience amid hardship. In the laughter of children playing nearby, the essence of the text echoed, intertwining with their hopes and dreams. The stories became a bond, uniting families and friends in shared experiences, reminding them of their interconnectedness in a vast world. As the text continued its journey, it crossed into the Americas, where diverse cultures embraced it in ways that were as unique as their histories. In a small village, an elderly woman shared the stories with her grandchildren, her voice crackling with passion and emotion. The children, wide-eyed and enraptured, felt the weight of their ancestors' struggles and victories in each word. They returned to the fields, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and pride, ready to carve their own paths in a world that still held challenges. Yet, with each culture that embraced the text, new interpretations emerged, shaping it into something wonderfully complex. In India, the imagery of love transformed into vibrant tales of devotion, told through dance and music, while in Japan, the words unfolded like delicate cherry blossoms, each petal representing a fleeting moment of beauty. In every corner of the globe, the text evolved, and with it, the emotions it stirred within people's hearts grew richer, more profound. The night wore on, and as the stars twinkled overhead, the text continued to weave its way through the lives of countless individuals. Each reception was a thread pulled tight across the fabric of history, binding the past to the present, creating an endless tapestry of shared human experience. The fire crackled, laughter echoed, and the whispers of dreams mingled with the words that had traveled through time, connecting souls across cultures and continents. The text's legacy was not just in its pages but in the lives it touched, the hearts it inspired, and the stories it ignited, forever urging humanity to look deeper, to feel more, and to connect in ways that transcended time and space. In the flickering shadows of twilight, where the whispers of ancient stones held secrets older than time, the air crackled with the weight of untold stories. The Book of Giants lay unopened, its pages yellowed and frayed, a treasure trove of myths that danced on the edge of reality. The myths swirled like mist around a forgotten village, where the last remnants of giant footsteps could still be seen in the land's contours. This was not just a book. It was a bridge to something monumental, something powerful. The giants, colossal beings of strength and mystery, roamed the earth in ages past, their laughter echoing like thunder across the valleys. Legends told of their magnificent forms, towering over mountains, their heads brushing against the clouds. They were the architects of the earth, moving boulders as if they were pebbles, crafting landscapes with a sweep of their massive hands. But within each tale of grandeur lay echoes of tragedy, shadows that darkened their legacy. The Book of Giants was a testament to both their might and their fallibility, a mirror reflecting the duality of existence itself. As the ancient scribes wrote their tales, they infused them with emotion, weaving narratives that entwined joy and sorrow. There was a giant named Og, a figure both feared and revered, his very name a storm of emotions. To some, he was a protector, a guardian of the weak. To others, he was a monster, a threat lurking in the dark. The lines between hero and villain blurred, leaving readers breathless, caught in a whirlwind of feelings. Imagine the weight of a giant's heart, pounding like a drum as he faced his own fears, his own desires. What lay beneath that fierce exterior? Was there loneliness, a longing for connection that even his enormous stature could not fulfill? The tales also spoke of the giants' great battles against the forces of darkness. With every clash of swords, the earth trembled, and the sky darkened. The vivid descriptions enveloped readers in a tempest of emotions: courage, fear, sacrifice. The giants, in all their glory, fought not just against enemies, but against the very essence of despair that threatened to swallow them whole. Each fallen giant echoed through the ages, their struggles resonating with the human heart, a reminder that greatness often carries the heaviest burdens. Yet, as time wore on, the giants began to fade from memory, their stories relegated to the dusty corners of history. The Book of Giants became a relic, a whisper in a world that had turned its back on the past. But like a phoenix rising from the ashes, modern mythology began to weave these ancient tales into its own fabric. Today's stories, rich with giants of their own, echo the themes of struggle and triumph, showing that the threads of the past are never truly severed. The moments of tension and release, the emotional peaks and valleys, mirrored the giants' journeys, reminding all who read that they too carry their own battles. The giants were not just creatures of myth, they were symbols of something greater. In their struggles, they embodied the fight against inner demons, the pursuit of purpose. Every child who gazed up at the night sky felt the stirrings of giants within them, dreams too big to contain. They were the shadows of potential lurking behind every heart, waiting to be awakened. The tales echoed in playgrounds, where children became giants, their laughter filling the air as they leaped and bounded, embodying the spirit of those ancient beings. The Book of Giants, with its haunting tales and vibrant characters, became a catalyst for modern mythology. New giants emerged, not of flesh and blood, but of ideas and dreams. Heroes and heroines, forged in the fires of adversity, reflected the very essence of the giants of old. The stories entwined, each new narrative building upon the foundation laid by the ancient texts. This interplay of past and present created an emotional tapestry, each thread infused with the struggle between light and darkness, hope and despair. In the quiet corners of libraries and homes, readers pored over the pages, their hearts racing as they encountered the giants anew. The stories ignited imaginations and sparked conversations, creating a communal bond as people shared their interpretations and feelings about these timeless tales. It was as if the giants had awakened from their slumber, breathing life into a new generation, their echoes resonating across the ages. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. The Book of Giants whispered its mysteries, inviting all who dared to listen. Every page turned revealed a new layer of emotion, a new battle fought in the hearts and minds of those who read. The giants may have walked the earth long ago, but their stories continued to shape the world, reminding everyone that the struggle for greatness, for understanding, for connection, was an eternal saga. And in the quiet moments, when the world feels heavy and silence reigns, the stories of giants linger like a soft caress, urging the reader to reflect on their own journey, their own battles. The legacy of the giants was not just in their might, but in their vulnerability, a lesson that rippled through time, touching every soul willing to feel. The Book of Giants stood not as a mere collection of tales, but as a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, the giants within us all. So, as shadows danced across the walls, the story continued, with each heartbeat echoing the whispers of giants, reminding all that the tale was far from over. The pages turned, inviting more adventure, more emotion, more life. In a dimly lit room, canvases hung on the walls, each one pulsating with life, whispering stories of ancient giants who once roamed the earth, casting shadows that frightened even the bravest hearts. The air was thick with anticipation, catching the breaths of those who stood before the art as if it were a sacred rite. Each brushstroke felt like a heartbeat, echoing the power and the sorrow of lost legends. One painting in particular caught everyone's eye. A towering figure, its body entwined with the earth, seemed to reach for the heavens. The giant's eyes, pools of infinite wisdom and pain, bore witness to the turbulent world around him. You could almost hear the thunder of his footsteps and feel the tremors of his despair. The artist had not just captured a scene. He had painted an emotion, a plea that resonated through time. In the darkness of the room, those who gazed upon it felt a chill run down their spines, not from fear but from an overwhelming sense of connection to something greater than themselves. The Book of Giants, a text shrouded in mystery and wonder, had inspired countless artists throughout the ages. In another corner, a sculpture carved from rough stone depicted a colossal warrior, muscles taut and ready for battle. His expression was fierce, yet behind that ferocity lay a trace of vulnerability, as if he too had loved and lost. The artist had chiseled every detail with precision, and it was as if the stone could breathe, could feel, could weep. Those who stood before it could sense the warmth of the giant's spirit, trapped in the cold, hard rock. There were bowls of fruit laid out nearby, their vibrant colors beckoning like the hopes of those who had dared to dream. Each piece of fruit, bright and ripe, held a story of abundance and sacrifice, much like the giants themselves, creations of strength, burdened by their own size and cursed by their ambition. The artists had woven tales of glory and grief into every hue, every shadow, and every highlight, creating a tapestry of emotions that wrapped around the viewers like an embrace. As the evening wore on, whispers filled the room. Tales passed from one visitor to another, stories of giants who walked with humans, of their laughter and sorrow, of their battles against unseen forces. One tale spoke of a giant who fell in love with a human maiden, his heart as vast as his form, only to be shattered by the cruel weight of fate. Another spoke of giants who roamed the mountains, guardians of the earth, until their time faded like the last rays of the setting sun. Each story resonated, striking chords of nostalgia and longing, igniting imaginations like fireflies in the night. In the corner, a series of sketches lay scattered, hasty lines that captured the essence of giants in flight, their large wings stretching wide against the sky. The ink seemed to dance on the paper, capturing the fleeting moments of grace that belied their immense size. Those who lingered over the sketches felt their pulses quicken, their hearts racing, as if they were soaring alongside these magnificent beings, defying gravity and embracing the freedom that came with their colossal forms. Some visitors couldn't help but lean closer, trying to decipher the faint writing at the bottom of each sketch. Words of old, ancient whispers that told of the giants' dreams, their nightmares, and their relentless struggles against the confines of their own existence. Even the smallest letters were filled with power, echoing the giants' discontent, their yearning for a world that accepted them, their desire to belong. A haunting melody began to play softly in the background, weaving through the air, deepening the emotional experience. The notes floated like a gentle breeze, reminiscent of the giants' mournful songs, echoing through the valleys where they once roamed. The music pulled at heartstrings, reminding everyone present of fleeting moments, of love lost, of glorious victories, and of the inevitable march of time that swallows all. Each note felt like a giant's sigh, heavy with the weight of memories that could never truly fade. Surrounded by this tapestry of sound and sight, a child stood wide-eyed, her small hand reaching out as if to touch the canvas of the giant. In that moment, time seemed to still. The child felt an unexplainable connection, a bond that transcended centuries. In her innocent gaze, one could see the glimmer of hope, the belief that giants might still walk among them, hidden in the folds of everyday life, waiting for someone brave enough to see them. The gathering deepened in intensity, and an artist stepped forward, canvas in hand. With fierce strokes of color, he began to paint, channeling the energy in the room into a masterpiece that would capture the very essence of the Book of Giants. The crowd watched breathlessly as the image of a giant began to take form, his heart rendered in reds and golds, his spirit in blues and greens. Each stroke was a testament to the stories of old, a bridge between the living and the lost. As the artist painted, a strange sensation washed over the onlookers. They felt as though they were not merely spectators but participants in a larger narrative, a story that had begun long before them and would continue long after. They could almost hear the giants' voices rising above the music, urging them to listen, to remember, to honor the legacy of those who had come before. The tension in the room built, an electric pulse that swept through the crowd, igniting their imaginations, their fears, and their longings. The giants were not just legends. They were reflections of humanity's greatest struggles and triumphs, of dreams that soared high only to crash into the unforgiving earth. In that very moment, as the artist added the final brushstroke, a sense of unity enveloped the gathering. Everyone felt the stirrings of a connection that transcended time and space, a reminder that the giants, in all their glory and tragedy, lived on in the hearts of those who dared to dream. As the last note of the haunting melody faded, leaving a silence that vibrated with meaning, the air hung heavy with anticipation for what was to come next in this endless tale of giants. The earth trembles as shadows loom large in the distance, casting a chill that runs down the spine of even the bravest souls. Each whisper of the wind carries tales of giants, beings of unfathomable size and strength, their very existence a riddle wrapped in the fabric of myth and history. For centuries, these colossal figures have haunted the corners of dreams and stories, stirring emotions that range from fear to wonder. They are more than mere characters. They are symbols of humanity's deepest fears and greatest hopes. In the flickering glow of a campfire, a storyteller weaves ancient narratives, echoing the words found in the Book of Giants. This long-lost text, believed to have originated in the forgotten epochs of the past, speaks of mighty beings who roamed the earth, their actions shaping the destiny of humankind. They were not just giants of body but giants of spirit, embodying the struggles and desires that reside within every heart. As the storyteller's voice rises, the audience becomes entranced, captivated by the vivid imagery of titans battling against the heavens. One can almost hear the crash of thunder as these behemoths clash, their roars vibrating through the air like the very pulse of the earth. Fear mingles with awe as they ponder the implications of such immense power. What if such giants walked the earth again? Would they bring salvation or destruction? In recent years, the allure of the Book of Giants has seeped into the veins of popular media, transforming ancient lore into breathtaking tales that resonate with contemporary audiences. Films have taken bold strides to depict these titans not merely as monsters, but as complex beings with emotions, aspirations, and flaws. This new vision confronts viewers, evoking empathy as they watch giants grapple with their own inner demons. Much like the struggles faced in everyday life, the question lingers: can they find redemption, or are they doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past? On the silver screen, the giants have roamed free, their towering forms beautifully rendered through stunning visual effects that blur the lines between fantasy and reality. With every sweep of the camera, the vast landscapes around them feel minuscule, underscoring the isolation these titans experience. In one memorable scene, a giant stands by a wide river, its reflection rippling in the water, a reminder of its dual existence, both powerful and profoundly lonely. This portrayal forces the audience to confront their own fears of insignificance and isolation, drawing them deeper into the drama. In literature, the giants emerge from the pages as characters who evoke an array of emotions. The written word allows for deeper exploration of their thoughts and feelings, revealing layers of vulnerability that humanize them. One can almost feel the weight of their burdens, the burden of their very existence. With each turning page, readers find themselves rooting for these titans to overcome their fates, to forge connections despite the chasms that separate them from the rest of the world. Among the many adaptations, some have taken creative liberties, wrapping the giants' tales in new narratives that reflect modern struggles. For instance, a reimagined tale might depict a giant who, misunderstood and feared, seeks solace in a small village. Here, the narrative shifts, flipping the script on traditional stories that paint giants as mere antagonists. Instead, this giant's journey becomes one of acceptance, challenging audiences to reconsider their assumptions about those who appear different or threatening. Tension builds as these adaptations explore the consequences of fear and misunderstanding. The giants, once seen as invincible forces of destruction, become symbols of the very human experience. They face rejection and hostility, mirroring societal attitudes toward anyone who dares to break out of the mold. The viewer's heart races with anticipation, wondering if acceptance will come or if tragedy looms, thickening the air with an ominous cloud. Take a moment to breathe as the narrative shifts, a solemn reflection on the giant's plight deepening the emotional landscape. In quieter moments, one can almost hear the echoes of their dreams, their desires for belonging, love, and understanding. It's in these pauses that the giants' stories feel most relatable, as they grapple with feelings of inadequacy and the yearning for connection, themes that resonate with every heart. With each retelling, the giants of the Book of Giants transcend the confines of their original stories, morphing into metaphors for the struggles humanity faces. In one poignant adaptation, a giant's devastating loss propels him down a path of vengeance, only to confront the emptiness that revenge brings. Audiences become entangled in the emotional web, their hearts pounding as they witness the giant's descent into darkness. Yet, amid the chaos, a glimmer of hope arises, reminding them that even the most fearsome beings can choose a different path, a choice that could lead to redemption. As the stories unfold, they become a mirror reflecting the giants within us all, colossal shadows cast by our fears, regrets, and dreams. The emotional crescendo builds steadily, drawing in the audience, making them part of a collective experience that transcends time and space. Each film, each novel, becomes a vessel carrying the weight of centuries-old tales, reimagined and revitalized for a new generation. And yet, as the final scenes roll or the last words are read, the giants do not vanish. They linger in the minds of those who have witnessed their journeys. The echoes of their struggles resonate long after the lights dim or the cover closes. Somewhere, In the quiet corners of the world, new stories are waiting to be told, as the giants continue to loom large in the imaginations of those brave enough to confront them. With hearts racing and spirits ignited, the audience is left in a state of yearning, craving more tales spun from the ancient threads of the Book of Giants. The fire may dim, but the stories remain, igniting a spark of imagination that refuses to die, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The giants are not merely characters on a screen or in a book. They are embodiments of humanity's struggles, waiting for the next storyteller to give them life once more. In the dimly lit lecture hall of a historic university, the air crackled with tension. Scholars, each one a titan in their field, sat shoulder to shoulder, their faces a tapestry of focus and anticipation. The sound of a pen tapping against a notepad echoed like a heartbeat, a reminder that the room was alive, pulsating with ideas that danced on the edges of certainty and doubt. It was not merely a gathering. It was a battleground, a place where intellect clashed and concepts were forged anew. At the center of the room stood Dr. Miranda Hale, her voice steady and commanding as she posed a question that hung like a thick fog in the air. What is authenticity? The word lingered, echoing against the walls adorned with portraits of revered thinkers. For some, it was a quest for truth. For others, it was a slippery slope toward confusion. This was not just an academic inquiry. It was a matter of identity, of knowing who we are in the shadows of history. Controversy bubbled beneath the surface as Dr. Hale outlined the historical artifacts, artworks, manuscripts, and sacred texts, each one a key to understanding past civilizations. Yet, with every revelation, the question of authenticity loomed larger. Was the ancient manuscript penned by a revered scribe, or was it a clever forgery? Was the painting an original or a masterful replica crafted by a skilled hand? The stakes felt impossibly high, as if the very fabric of history was woven with threads of deception. Across the room, Professor Samuel Grayson, a fierce advocate of the idea that authenticity could be quantifiable, shifted in his seat. He had spent years developing a methodology to authenticate ancient texts through scientific analysis. To him, every artifact had its story written in the patterns of its aging, the chemical composition of its ink. Yet, he was met with disdainful murmurs from those who believed that some truths could not be measured, that the essence of a piece lay not in its age or material but in the connection it forged with its audience. As the debate ignited, voices rose like flames licking at the edges of a fire. Art is not just an object, it's an experience, cried Dr. Elena Voss, her passion radiating through the crowd. Her argument was that the emotional resonance of a piece, the way it made one feel, transcended mere facts. How can we capture the authenticity of a moment? It's found in the heart, not the laboratory. She gestured toward her peers, eyes alight with fervor, challenging them to see beyond the numbers. Laughter and gasps rippled through the crowd, a testament to the heated exchange. The audience was divided. Some nodded in agreement with Grayson, while others felt the magnetic pull of Voss's emotional argument. The tension hung in the air, thick and electric, as if the very essence of history itself was being debated before their eyes. Outside the hall, the autumn wind howled, rattling the windows like a whisper of the past. Inside, history hung in the balance, and with it, the legacy of those who had come before. What of the master forger, the one whose skilled hand created a false narrative? Was he to be condemned for his artistry? Was there not beauty in deception, a twisted sort of truth? As the hours passed, the debate morphed into a tapestry of stories, a collection of personal accounts from those who had dedicated their lives to seeking truth. One by one, they recounted their experiences. The thrill of discovery when an ancient scroll was unearthed, the soul-crushing moment when a beloved piece was revealed as a fake. Each voice added a new layer to the dialogue, weaving emotions into the very fabric of the discussion. Dr. Hale, feeling the pulse of the room, recognized the shift. It was no longer just about authenticity. It was about the stories behind the stories, the human connections that molded and shaped our understanding of the past. She shared a haunting tale of a lost civilization, its legacy buried beneath centuries of earth, now only remembered through fragmented artifacts. What happens to their story if we cannot authenticate their existence? She implored, her voice resonating with an urgency that touched every heart. The clock on the wall ticked mercilessly, the hands creeping toward an uncertain conclusion. Yet, there was no resolution in sight. Only a crescendo of ideas and emotions that filled the room to bursting. Scholars leaned in closer, their faces illuminated by flickering candlelight, each one searching for answers that danced just beyond their reach. Then came a pivotal moment, as Professor Grayson, his voice a low murmur, shared a personal revelation. He spoke of his father, a historian whose life was dedicated to finding truth in dusty archives. He taught me that history is not just a collection of facts. It is a living, breathing entity, shaped by our interpretations and emotions. The weight of his words settled over the audience, shifting the atmosphere from mere debate to something much deeper, a communion of souls seeking understanding in a world fraught with shadows. In that moment, the scholars realized that they were united not by their disagreements, but by a shared passion to uncover the past, to give life to the stories that were at risk of fading away. The boundaries between authenticity and interpretation began to blur, and a newfound respect blossomed among them, as if the room itself had become a sanctuary for ideas. But just as the energy in the room reached a fever pitch, a young graduate student, her voice trembling with uncertainty, stood to speak. What if we are too focused on defining authenticity? What if we miss the beauty of multiple interpretations? Her question hung in the air, a daring challenge that pierced through the fabric of the discussion. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd, and the tension returned, thick and palpable, as every eye turned toward her, waiting, breath held, for the next revelation. Around a flickering fire, under a canopy of stars, the air is thick with anticipation. A group of villagers sits enraptured, their faces glowing in the warm light, while the village elder leans forward, eyes sparkling with wisdom. Long ago, he begins, weaving a tapestry of words. Our ancestors walked these lands, their stories borne on the wings of the wind. The crackling flames dance, casting shadows that sway like phantoms, and each listener feels a shiver run down their spine. In those moments, history comes alive, not in dusty tomes but in the vibrant breaths of the living. Echoes of laughter, tears, triumph, and despair. Oral tradition is more than a mere method of storytelling. It is a lifeline that connects generations. It flows like a river, carrying the essence of a culture, its triumphs and tragedies, from the lips of one to the ears of another. The ancient Greeks gathered in amphitheaters, their hearts pounding as poets recited epics of gods and heroes, while the fires of the past burned brightly in their imaginations. Each tale infused with emotion, each inflection a testament to the power and weight of the words. The audience, spellbound, felt the desperation of Odysseus, the wrath of Achilles, their own lives intertwined with the grand sagas of old. In the shadows of history, where written language was a luxury reserved for the few, oral tradition thrived as the heartbeat of communities. The griots of West Africa, custodians of their people's stories, sang of kings and queens, battles fought, and the lessons learned from the struggles of life. With each word, they painted vivid pictures, ensuring that the past was not forgotten but cherished. Their voices rang through the air, each note a thread weaving the fabric of identity. Community bound together by shared stories, laughter, sorrow, and hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange hue over the land, a young girl sat at her grandmother's knee, wide-eyed and eager. "Tell me about the great flood," she pleaded, her heart racing with excitement. The grandmother smiled, leaning in closer. "Ah, child, it is a tale filled with warning and wonder." As she spoke, the girl felt every raindrop, every surge of water that had once threatened their village. The story wasn't just history. It was a lesson etched in every heart, a reminder of resilience and strength in the face of nature's fury. And so it was that, in every corner of the world, storytellers emerged. The Aztec priests recounted the creation of the world, their voices rising like incense towards the heavens. their words shaping the cosmos in the minds of their people. The Inuit shared tales of the northern lights, spirits dancing in the sky, their stories lighting the dark winter nights. In every tradition, the same refrain echoed. Life is woven from stories, and it is through these narratives that we find purpose and connection. But the pulse of oral tradition was not without its challenges. As outsiders encroached upon lands, armed with quills and paper, the storytelling fires flickered under a new light. The colonial powers sought to capture those tales in writing, yet in doing so, they risked suffocating the very essence that made them alive. The cadence of the storyteller's voice, the laughter shared, the gasps of surprise. All these nuances could not be captured on a page. The stories became fragments, pieces of a once whole being, their vitality dulled by the ink that sought to immortalize them. In the heart of the American South, enslaved people whispered tales of freedom beneath the watchful eyes of their captors. Each story was a seed of hope, burrowing deep into the soil of despair. In the land of the free, there is an escape, they would say, their voices low, filled with longing. The stories were cloaked in metaphors, cautioning against the dangers of speaking too openly, yet they ignited a fire in the hearts of those who heard them. The words traveled like wildfire, a whispered promise of liberation that transcended the darkest of nights. As the world turned, the importance of oral tradition only grew. In the digital age, where information floods in from every direction, the essence of storytelling remains a potent force. People gather around screens, drawn into narratives that transport them to other realms. The traditions of old have found new life, as podcasts and video blogs echo the age-old practice of sharing tales. They remind us that no matter how advanced we become, the need for connection through stories remains insatiable. In the quiet corners of homes, children still snuggle close to their parents, hungry for tales of adventure and wonder. The magic of oral tradition persists, offering comfort and wisdom, igniting the imagination. Each story told, each thread woven, creates a tapestry that binds us to each other, past and present. The elders, with their weathered hands and soft smiles, understand that these moments are sacred. They pass down not just words, but fragments of their souls, a gift that can never be replaced. With every story, a new chapter begins. The villagers by the fire lean closer, their hearts racing as the elder's voice rises and falls like the tide. The night deepens and shadows stretch long, the stories swirling around them like the smoke rising from the flames. And in that time a hero arose, he declares, eyes flashing with intensity. But what happened next? A voice calls out, cutting through the silence, the tension thick and palpable. The fire crackles, anticipation hangs heavy in the air, and the dance of words continues, a beautiful refrain that knows no end. In a world where shadows loom long and ancient tales whisper through the winds, there once existed a narrative that twisted and turned like the roots of an old tree, deeply embedded in the soil of human history. It was a story of giants, colossal beings that strode the earth, their footsteps echoing like thunder. These giants were not merely figures of folklore. They were symbols of power, hubris, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the crumbling ruins of ancient civilizations, the remnants of the Book of Giants flickered in the minds of scholars and adventurers alike. This text, a fragment lost amidst the sands of time, held within it the very essence of humanity's greatest fears and desires. It was a glimpse into a bygone era, where the very fabric of existence was woven with the threads of divine beings and their earthly counterparts. The Book of Giants, a part of the larger tapestry known as the pseudepigrapha, emerged from a time when myth and reality were often indistinguishable. This collection of ancient writings, attributed to figures such as Enoch, served as a treasure trove of wisdom, mystery, and moral lessons. Yet, the Book of Giants stood apart, a fierce testament to the battles fought not just in the heavens but on the mortal plane as well. It echoed with tales of humanity's struggle against overwhelming odds and the enduring power of hope. Fragments of this text tell of giants born from the union of the Watchers, angelic beings who descended from the heavens, and mortal women. These giants, named in hushed tones, were not just mighty in stature but were also imbued with a terrifying strength that threatened the very balance of the world. Their laughter was a rumble in the sky, their wrath a storm upon the earth. The giants' insatiable hunger for power led to chaos, destruction, and ultimately, a cosmic judgment that would echo through eternity. The pages of the Book of Giants, though often lost or damaged, carried the weight of countless emotions. Can you feel the shiver of fear when the giants turned against humanity? The stories told of their monstrous deeds, of how they hunted and devoured, leaving nothing but despair in their wake. Yet, within those tales also lay the seeds of rebellion. The voices of the oppressed rose up, reaching for the heavens, imploring the divine for salvation. Among the fragments, the name Og emerges, a giant so formidable that even his shadow seemed to darken the sun. His enormous heart beat with a mixture of fury and sadness, for deep within him lay the remnants of a soul that longed for acceptance. The tension in the air thickened as tales of his battles with righteous men spread like wildfire. With every epic clash, the ground quaked beneath their feet, and the outcome of humanity hung in the balance. The giants, with their towering forms, were not just enemies. They were reflections of humanity's darkest impulses. They embodied greed, envy, and pride. In their monstrous forms, they revealed the potential for destruction that dwelled within every heart. This duality spun a web of emotions that ensnared those who dared to read their stories. Could one find redemption even in the darkest of beings? Could the giants ever learn to coexist with the very mortals they once tormented? As the tale unfolded, it became clear that there was more than mere chaos at play. The Book of Giants painted a portrait of a world where fallen angels, in their arrogance, bore the weight of their choices. Their offspring, the giants, were caught in a maelstrom of cosmic consequences. Like a pendulum swinging wildly, the narrative shifted between moments of grave peril and the flickering hope of transformation. The tension reached a fever pitch as divine intervention loomed on the horizon. The skies darkened, and thunder rumbled as Judgment Day approached. The giants, with their pride unyielding, would soon face the consequences of their actions. Would there be a chance for redemption, or was the inevitable doom already sealed in their fate? The air crackled with an unspoken promise of reckoning. As night enveloped the world, the giants felt the weight of their impending doom. Fear clawed at their massive hearts, a sensation foreign to beings of their stature. Within the darkness, they began to question their existence, their power, and the choices that had led them to this precipice. The emotional turmoil of the giants surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the shores of their minds. Historians and theologians have long debated the significance of the Book of Giants within the grand narrative of the pseudepigrapha. Its allure lies not only in the tantalizing glimpse of the giants, but also in the moral lessons that arise from their tragic tales. Each fragment serves as a reminder of the thin line between glory and ruin. The giant stories resonate with the struggles of every generation, echoing the fears and hopes that define the human condition. Yet, the Book of Giants remains a riddle shrouded in mystery. Scholars pore over its fragments, piecing together its narrative, hungry for the truth hidden beneath layers of ancient dust. As they decipher the stories of betrayal, love, and loss, they feel an emotional connection to these ancient beings, seeing reflections of their own struggles within the giant stories. In the quiet moments, as the ink dries on the pages of history, the giants linger just out of sight, their haunting laughter and cries for redemption reverberating through time. The Book of Giants is not merely a story of the past. It becomes a living entity that captivates the hearts of those willing to listen. The tension remains, a thread that weaves itself into the fabric of existence, ensuring that the giants will never be forgotten. And somewhere, in the twilight of thought and memory, the tale continues to unfold, waiting for the next curious soul to unearth its mysteries, to feel the goosebumps of fear and excitement that come with confronting the giants of our own making. A chill swept through the ancient hills, rustling the leaves of trees that had stood for millennia. Beneath their twisted branches lay tales of giants, massive beings that once walked the earth, whose very existence stirred a mixture of awe and terror. The stories of these giants, often told in hushed tones by firelight, hinted at a time when the divine mingled more freely with humanity, leaving behind echoes that still resonate today. In the sacred texts, where the human struggle for meaning intertwines with the divine, the giants emerge as more than just mere folklore. They symbolize the collision of heaven and earth, a potent reminder of a world where boundaries were blurred. This wasn't just a battle of flesh and bone. It was a cosmic clash of ideals, a tug-of-war between good and evil, light and darkness. Each giant, with their colossal presence, represented humanity's deepest fears and desires, a reflection of the struggles that reside within each heart. As the shadows lengthened, tales of the Nephilim, those offspring born from the union of the sons of God and the daughters of men, came alive. Their very name echoed in the minds of the faithful. Giants, fallen, both revered and reviled. They walked the earth with a confidence that made the ground tremble beneath their feet, embodying a fusion of the celestial and the earthly. Their stories were woven into the fabric of Scripture. But what did they truly mean? What lessons did they hold for those who dared to listen? A profound tension lingered in the air as scholars and believers grappled with the implications of these ancient narratives. Some saw the giants as mere myth, while others believed they were stark reminders of the consequences of straying too far from the path laid out by the divine. Were they warnings of hubris, cautioning against the pride that comes with great power? Or were they symbols of what humanity could become if it embraced its own potential, transcending the mundane? Every stone and artifact that hinted at giant-like figures in history offered a glimpse into the fears and aspirations of those who lived centuries ago. The ancients etched their fears into clay tablets and carved their wonders into stone. In places like Goliath's Valley, where echoes of battle still linger, one could almost hear the whispers of those who stood against giants, fighting not just for survival, but for the very soul of their people. The theological implications of the giant's story reach deep into the essence of faith itself. They challenge believers to confront the unknown, to grapple with the mysteries that exist beyond human understanding. The giants, in their monstrous forms, serve as a reminder that the divine realm does not always conform to human expectations. Their existence raises pivotal questions. What happens when the sacred and the profane intertwine? How does one reconcile the presence of such beings with a loving, just God? The air was thick with anticipation as the narratives unfolded. Each story told of encounters with these titans of old sparked fear and fascination. From the fearsome Goliath, who stood as a living embodiment of defiance, to the enigmatic Nephilim, whose very nature was a blend of heavenly intention and earthly desire, their tales evoked emotions that surged like a tempest. The tension between fear and faith, dread and hope, resonated deeply within those who sought to understand the divine. In the stillness of a darkened room, a scholar pored over ancient texts, tracing the faded ink with trembling fingers. Each passage spoke volumes, not just of giants, but of humanity's struggle to comprehend the vastness of existence. The giants became symbols of the chaos that can arise when humanity attempts to take control of the divine narrative. These stories echoed in the hearts of those who read them, reminders of the fragility of faith in a world filled with uncertainty. The giants were often seen as the embodiment of sin, a consequence of choices that pushed creation to the brink. Yet, there was a deeper layer to their tale, one that spoke of redemption and the possibility of transformation. Despite their fearsome nature, the stories of the giants also invited a closer examination of grace and the unyielding hope that lies at the core of every human experience. It was as if the giants themselves were seeking redemption, caught between the weight of their sin and the desire for divine forgiveness. In the flickering candlelight, thoughts swirled like smoke. Could these ancient beings be seen not merely as monstrous but as tragic figures, reflecting the potential for both greatness and downfall that exists within us all? The giants stood as powerful reminders that the struggle between good and evil is not merely an external battle, but an internal one, an ever-present conflict fought in the hearts of every individual. As history marched on, the giants faded into legend, yet their stories remained alive in the collective consciousness of humanity. They became symbols of the struggles that persist through time, the battle for identity, the search for meaning, and the quest for connection with something greater. The echoes of their footsteps could still be felt in the valleys, serving as a reminder that the giants of our past may be the shadows we continue to wrestle with today. Each retelling of these ancient tales sparked a renewed sense of wonder, igniting a fire within that could not be easily extinguished. The lives of these great beings became intertwined with the fate of nations, shifting the course of history with their presence. Humanity's fascination with the giants reflects a deep-seated desire to understand our place in the cosmos and the divine plan that connects us all. As the night wore on, the stories weaved in and out of the shadows, creating a tapestry of faith and doubt. The giants, in all their complexity, stood as a testament to the struggles of faith, urging those who listened to confront their fears and embrace their humanity. The implications of their existence stretched beyond mere pages of scripture, reaching into the very soul of existence itself. With each heartbeat, the tension grew, drawing the reader into a world where the lines between the divine and the earthly blurred, and the giants waited, looming ever larger in the minds of those who dared to reflect on their story. Under a sky painted with the blood-red hue of twilight, a figure stood at the edge of a crumbling cliff, gazing into the abyss below. The fierce winds howled like ancient spirits, carrying whispers of forgotten tales. This was not just a moment of solitude. It was a confrontation with the giants of old, those colossal beings that once roamed the earth, their shadows casting long over humanity. Events from the past were not merely distant echoes. They reverberated through the ages, shaping the lives of those who dared to remember. In a forgotten library, buried beneath layers of dust and neglect, a manuscript known as the Book of Giants lay hidden. This ancient text, a relic from a time when heroes battled these monstrous figures, described a world on the brink of chaos, a world where giants, much like the trials we face today, threatened to consume everything in their path. Each page told a story of hubris, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of power. But what if these tales were not just about giants? What if they were mirrors reflecting our own struggles, our own fears? As the winds howled louder, they seemed to carry the cries of the fallen. The giants in the book were not simply monstrous beings. They were embodiments of human flaws, greed, anger, and the insatiable hunger for dominance. In every tale of a giant's rise and inevitable fall, a lesson loomed larger than life. Unchecked ambition leads to destruction. The figures in the stories, with their towering heights and tumultuous hearts, were all too familiar. They mirrored the leaders and influencers of our own age, those who, blinded by their own power, tread dangerously close to the edge of their own cliffs. In the depths of the manuscript, one story stood out, a giant named OG. His heart was carved from stone, and his laughter echoed like thunder across the valleys. He was a king among giants, ruling with an iron fist and a heart void of mercy. But as the winds of fate would have it, his kingdom began to crumble. The very people he sought to dominate united against him, driven by the pain he inflicted. The rebellion was not born out of mere desperation. It was fueled by the hope for a future free from tyranny. The giants fell not because they were defeated in battle, but because they allowed their own arrogance to blind them to the humanity surrounding them. This ancient tale unfolded with a rhythm both haunting and exhilarating, as if the pages themselves whispered the lessons of ages past. The giants, with their size and strength, were relentless, yet they were haunted by the very fears they sought to instill in others. The irony lay in their vulnerability. The more they sought to control, the more they attracted the ire of those they oppressed. It was a cycle of conflict that seemed to repeat through history, an echo of the present. In boardrooms, on social media platforms, and even in our personal lives, the same dynamics of power play out daily. Amidst the turmoil, a wise sage appeared in the story, much like figures who emerge in our own lives during times of crisis. He recognized the inevitable clash between the giants and their creators, offering insights that still resonate. Humility is the foundation of true strength. He urged the people to remember the value of unity, to stand tall together against the oppressive giants that sought to tear them apart. His words were like a melody that lingered in the air, a reminder that the human spirit, when united, could rise to unimaginable heights. The emotional pulse quickened as the narrative intensified, bringing to life the confrontation between the giants and the united forces of the oppressed. In vivid detail, the scene unfolded like a storm, a whirlwind of desperation, courage, and raw determination. The air crackled with tension as the people rallied, brandishing their hopes like swords against the giants' might. They were not mere mortals. They were the embodiment of resilience, the storm that would not be silenced. As the dawn broke, illuminating their faces, they charged forth, hearts pounding, fueled by dreams of a better world. Yet, as with all great tales, the resolution remained elusive. The giants, though physically imposing, were weakened by their own hubris. The closer the people drew, the more they realized that their strength lay not just in numbers but in the courage to confront their fears. They faced their own inner giants, the fears of failure, the doubt that clouded their vision, and the hesitation that often accompanies the fight for justice. In every strike, there was a catharsis, a release of the burdens carried for far too long. As the dust settled in the aftermath of battle, the remnants of the giants lay scattered across the ground, but their lessons lingered on. Each giant that fell echoed the reality of our modern world, where leaders rise and fall, where power can corrupt, and where the fight for justice remains a constant battle. The emotions were raw, grief for the fallen, joy for the unity that emerged, and a deep-seated fear of what might come next. The giants did not simply vanish. Their legacy lived on in the hearts of those who fought against them. The Book of Giants served as a reminder that the giants of today, be they in power, wealth, or influence, could be challenged. The stories etched in time were not just ancient history. They were blueprints for living. They urged humanity to remain vigilant and aware, to recognize the giants that exist within and around us. As the scene shifted, the winds of change began to stir once more, hinting at a future where the lessons of the past could illuminate the path ahead. The echoes of the giants lingered, wrapping around the hearts of the people like a shroud. Their struggles were not over. They were merely beginning a new chapter in their ongoing fight against the giants that sought to rise again. In the twilight of the world where giants had once walked, humanity stood poised to write a story of its own. A story filled with hope, courage, and the unyielding spirit that refuses to bow before any giant. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the quiet streets of a town that once buzzed with the vibrant energy of bustling merchants and scholars. As the last echoes of laughter faded from the marketplaces, shadows danced in the corners of history, whispering tales yet to be told. This was a place where stories intertwined, where the fabric of time stretched and folded upon itself, and in that delicate weave, countless threads awaited their turn to shine. Buried within the musty pages of forgotten manuscripts lay notes from scholars who were only beginning to scratch the surface of a vast universe filled with unanswered questions. These would-be explorers of the mind dared to dream of what lay beyond the horizon, piecing together fragments of an intricate puzzle. There existed unexplored angles of thought, brilliant ideas waiting for the right spark to ignite them. Influential figures from ages past had left behind clues like breadcrumbs scattered in a forest, leading to paths untouched by modern inquiries. Consider the detailed accounts of the great philosopher Socrates, whose teachings echoed through time. What if there were letters lost or hidden between him and his students, revealing their debates and struggles? The emotions captured in those words could illuminate the very essence of human thought. Each line might carry the weight of uncertainty, the fierceness of passionate discussions that shaped the future. The thrill of such a discovery sends shivers down the spine, teasing the mind with the possibilities that could reshape our understanding of philosophy itself. Then, imagine the vibrant murals of ancient civilizations, carefully painted over generations. What if a hidden symbol lay within them, a secret language passed down through the ages? Each brushstroke could reveal the societal norms, the fears and aspirations of a people long gone. In the quiet of a museum, one could almost hear the heartbeat of those ancient artists, their hopes and dreams preserved in color and form. The thrill of unearthing such a connection to our past would be electrifying, sending a rush of adrenaline coursing through the veins of anyone daring enough to pursue it. As scholars sift through archival dust, they sometimes overlook the stories of the everyday person, those who lived in the shadows of greatness. What can be learned from the lives of ordinary citizens whose dreams seemed small against the backdrop of monumental historical events? These narratives are the pulse of history, the heartbeat that connects us all. Imagine a diary found in an attic, recounting a woman's struggles during a time of war, her resilience shining through the pain. Her story could illuminate the complex layers of human experience that often go unrecognized, adding depth to our understanding of collective memory. The whispers of the past beckon like a siren's call, hinting at a treasure trove of knowledge lying just beneath the surface. The emotions tied to these stories are palpable, a longing to understand the human condition in all its magnificent complexity. Each historical figure, each forgotten narrative, holds a piece of the larger puzzle, waiting for someone to notice the missing links that could connect them. In the world of ancient texts, there are still many pages to turn, many voices to be heard. The potential for fresh perspectives is tantalizing. What do these texts reveal about gender roles, social hierarchies, or economic systems? Each possibility is like a riddle wrapped in time, teasing and tantalizing scholars, offering glimpses of new ideas and interpretations. How did the struggles of a long-forgotten society mirror our struggles today? This is where the emotions swell, where curiosity ignites a fire that can't be extinguished. Think of the power in rediscovering lost languages, fragments of speech that once filled the air with life and meaning. The thrill of deciphering an ancient script, bringing back to life the voices of a culture that deserves to be remembered, is enough to send chills down one's spine. Therein lies the potential for new narratives to emerge, reshaping how we view history and, consequently, ourselves. And yet, some of the most profound questions remain unanswered, lurking in the shadows of previous research. The interactions between different cultures, the exchange of ideas and goods, paint a broader picture of humanity's journey. What untold stories lie within the bustling trade routes of yesteryears? The threads of connection, woven through centuries of commerce and dialogue, still wait to be tugged on, to reveal their secrets. Time ticks on, relentless and unforgiving, but it also offers a promise of renewal. For every story lost, new technologies emerge that can breathe life into forgotten narratives. The digital age presents tools that can open doors to the past like never before. Imagine the power of artificial intelligence combing through vast archives, creating connections and insights that would have taken human researchers lifetimes to achieve. The potential for breakthroughs is exhilarating, a wave of emotion washing over those who dream of a deeper understanding of the world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a melancholic glow over the remnants of the day, the echoes of history swirled in the evening air, begging to be heard. Each silent plea hinted at a deeper exploration, a beckoning call for those who dared to question, to probe further. The canvas of history was yet to be fully painted, and within its strokes lay countless stories waiting to be told, emotions waiting to be felt, and truths waiting to be uncovered. With each new exploration, each fresh inquiry, the past remains alive and vibrant, intertwining with the present and paving the way for the future. The dance between what is known and what is yet to be discovered continues, a thrilling ballet of curiosity and intellect, passion and perseverance. It's an invitation to embrace the unfinished narrative, to step forward into the unknown, where each question opens new doors and leads us deeper into the heart of our shared human experience. Time may march on, but the stories, oh, the stories are forever waiting to be told. In a world steeped in shadows and legends, the echoes of giants lingered like whispers in the wind. Their towering forms were not mere folklore. They were woven into the fabric of ancient tales, tales that spoke of battles between gods and titans, and of a forgotten age when giants walked the earth, leaving behind footprints that filled the valleys with awe. One such tale emerged from the depths of the Book of Giants, a text that danced on the edges of myth and reality, beckoning the curious and the brave to witness its haunting narrative. The Book of Giants, a fragmentary yet compelling narrative, resides among the ancient scrolls of the Near East, a time when the skies were thick with mystery and the earth still trembled under the weight of colossal beings. It captured the imagination of those who heard its stories, stories of the Nephilim, the offspring of the union between the heavenly and the earthly. Their existence was a testament to a time when boundaries blurred, and beings of unimaginable power roamed the land, leaving their mark not just in size, but in stories that would echo through generations. As the sun cast long shadows over the ancient desert, a young scholar sat hunched over dusty manuscripts, his heart racing with every line he deciphered. The tales leapt from the pages, igniting his imagination. He read of giants who walked with the grace of gods and struck fear with a single roar. These giants, known as the Watchers, descended to earth, their lust for earthly beauty leading to an unholy union with mortal women, resulting in offspring that were both magnificent and terrifying. Their bloated forms were said to tower over mountains, and their laughter could be heard echoing like thunder across the plains. The scholar's breath caught in his throat as he uncovered the story of a giant named Og. He was not just any giant. He was a king, a ruler whose strength was legendary. The very mention of his name sent shivers down spines and filled hearts with dread. It was said that Og's bed was made of iron, a testament to his size and might. But beneath the surface of his terrifying exterior lay a story of anguish and loss, of a being caught between two worlds, longing for acceptance yet doomed to destruction. As the scholar read on, he discovered fragments of dreams and nightmares. The giants, once worshipped, became the harbingers of doom. The Book of Giants spoke of dreams that haunted them, ominous visions of their own demise. What haunted their sleep was not just the fear of death but the awareness of their own hubris. Their hands stained with the blood of the innocent, their actions leading to chaos that rippled across the earth. A sense of foreboding swelled within him as the pages revealed the giants' desperate pleas to their creator, a being who watched from above, observing the fragile balance of the world. As the giants cried for mercy, their voices echoed through the ages, a haunting reminder of their inevitable fate. The text hinted at a great flood, a cataclysm set to cleanse the earth of their monstrous legacy, a divine reckoning that awaited them with open arms. With every word, the scholar felt the pull of the ancient world. He imagined the giants standing atop mountains, their shadows sprawling like dark clouds over the lands below. He felt their pain, their isolation amidst the beauty of the world they had disrupted. The giants were not merely figures of fear. They were tragic heroes in a tale of hubris, misunderstood and lost. In the midst of this turmoil, the scholar's heart raced as he stumbled upon a prophecy, a glimmer of hope buried beneath layers of despair. It spoke of a hero who would rise against the giants, a figure destined to challenge their reign. The words danced on the page, vibrant and alive with possibility. The notion of redemption stirred something deep within him, a flicker of light in the darkness that threatened to engulf the story. Yet, with hope came the chilling realization of sacrifice. The giants, once proud and invincible, were destined for a fall. Their stories interwove with the tale of humanity, a reminder that great power often comes with a price. The balance of the world hung in the balance, and the scholar could almost hear the rumble of fate approaching, its footsteps echoing like thunder in the distance. The night wore on, and the air thickened with tension. Each passage he read felt like a thread pulling him deeper into a web of fate, where the destinies of giants and men collided. The Book of Giants was not just a collection of tales. It was a mirror reflecting the struggles of existence, the eternal conflict between ambition and humility, creation and destruction. As dawn broke, casting a soft glow over the manuscripts, the scholar felt a profound connection to those who had come before him. He was one with the giants, their dreams and nightmares intertwined with his own. He sensed their anger, their sorrow, and their longing for a connection they could never fully grasp. In that moment, he understood the giants were not just figures of myth. They were echoes of humanity itself. With each new revelation, the scholar found himself on the precipice of discovery, a terrifying yet exhilarating journey into the heart of ancient Near Eastern literature. The Book of Giants was a testament to the enduring power of storytelling, a reminder that the past, though shrouded in mystery, still held lessons that resonated through time. And just as he was about to turn the page, a sudden chill swept through the air, a whisper of the giant spirits lingering in the silence. The weight of their stories pressed upon him, urging him to continue, to seek the truth that lay hidden in the shadows. The mysterious lines between myth and reality began to blur, setting the stage for a tale that would resonate far beyond the confines of the ancient world, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. In the dim light of an ancient library, dust motes danced in the air like whispers of the past. Here, where the pages of forgotten texts lay in silence, each word etched with the weight of centuries, a connection began to form, a bridge linking the known with the unknown. The apocryphal texts, those elusive fragments of history, beckoned from their shadows, revealing mysteries long obscured. Among them, the Gospel of Thomas stood as a haunting echo of Christ's teachings, with its enigmatic sayings that sparkled like stars against the velvet sky of early Christianity. These fragments, often intimate and personal, possessed a rawness that stirred emotions deep within the hearts of readers. It was a world where doubt and faith intertwined, where the seekers could almost hear the rustle of robes as they followed whispered truths. As the pages turned, the stark differences between these apocryphal writings and the canonical texts became more vivid. The Gospel of Mary spoke not only of Jesus' teachings but of the powerful role women played in the ancient faith. This voice of Mary, bold and defiant, contrasted sharply with the often male-dominated narratives found in the New Testament. Her words, dripping with wisdom and urgency, echoed through the ages, calling to those who would listen. In a society that often silenced women, her voice became a rallying cry for those yearning for recognition. Yet, the Gospel of Peter offered another twist, presenting a peculiar narrative of the resurrection that stirred intrigue and unease. In this account, the very earth shook, and a towering figure emerged from the tomb, illuminating the darkness. The dramatic imagery painted a vivid scene, one that left readers trembling with a mix of awe and fear. This was no ordinary resurrection. It was a spectacle, a cosmic event that left its mark on the souls of those who believed. Could such a dynamic portrayal of Jesus' return resonate with the yearning for hope found in every heart? And then, the infancy Gospel of Thomas brought forth a child's perspective, depicting the young Jesus performing miracles that seemed almost whimsical yet profoundly thought-provoking. The idea of a divine child, capable of shaping his world with a flick of his wrist, pulled at the threads of imagination, igniting wonder and curiosity. What if this innocent boy held the keys to understanding the divine? The stark contrasts between these apocryphal narratives and the more reserved accounts in the canonical Gospels created a tension that was both exhilarating and unsettling. As each text unfolded, the emotions swelled. The narratives intertwined like vines, revealing shared themes of love, betrayal, redemption, and an insatiable quest for truth. In that ancient library, the air thickened with the weight of divinity and humanity, illuminating the struggles and victories of countless souls through the ages. The readers could almost feel the warmth of Jesus' embrace in the Gospel of Mary, the earth-shattering power of resurrection in Peter's account, and the playful innocence of childhood miracles. The juxtaposition of these various texts unleashed waves of questions, each one crashing upon the shore of understanding. Were these writings mere fantasies, or did they hold fragments of truth that transcended time? The emotions surged with the realization that each story, with its unique voice and perspective, painted a more complex portrait of faith and humanity. The silent struggle for acceptance and recognition echoed through the ages, as the tales of forgotten saints and seekers cried out for attention. In this landscape of thought and feeling, the Gospel of Judas emerged, shrouded in controversy and ambiguity. Here was a narrative that shattered the conventional mold, painting Judas not as the betrayer, but as a misunderstood figure caught in a divine plan. This perspective turned the familiar tale on its head, compelling readers to grapple with their own understandings of loyalty, betrayal, and purpose. The emotional weight of such a revelation lingered, causing hearts to race and minds to churn, questioning the nature of sacrifice and the price of understanding. Yet, even amidst the tension, a thread of hope and liberation wove its way through the texts. The exploration of these apocryphal writings revealed a richness that was often overlooked, a depth that invited the reader to reflect on their own beliefs. Each narrative, with its unique cadence, offered a glimpse into the struggle for spiritual understanding, a journey that resonated with the human experience. In the end, the comparative analysis of these apocryphal texts unveiled a tapestry woven with the threads of history, emotion, and faith. Each story beckoned from the shadows, compelling the reader to confront their own place in the grand narrative of existence. As the last flicker of light dimmed in the library, the echoes of these ancient voices lingered, inviting contemplation and wonder, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts that dared to listen. The silence that enveloped the room was rich with possibility, a reminder that these stories were not just relics of the past but living narratives that continued to pulse with relevance in the hearts of those who sought understanding. In the dim light of ancient scrolls, hidden in the dusty corners of forgotten libraries, whispers of giants echo through time. The Book of Giants, an enigmatic text that tantalizes the minds of scholars and religious seekers alike, speaks of colossal beings who walked the earth, leaving footprints in the sands of myth and memory. It challenges the very foundations of belief, igniting a firestorm of questions about good and evil, the divine, and the nature of humanity itself. As the first words of the Book of Giants are traced by trembling fingers, a shiver courses through the air. It is not just a text. It is a window into the souls of those who grappled with their existence thousands of years ago. The giants, the fallen, the Nephilim, they were not merely figures of folklore but reflections of our deepest fears and desires. They stirred emotions that still resonate today, their stories woven into the fabric of religious thought. In ancient times, communities gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the glow as they recounted tales of these mighty beings. The giants, born of the union between the divine and the earthly, were magnificent yet terrifying. As they roamed the land, they symbolized the struggle between the heavenly and the mortal, a constant tension that remains palpable in religious discourse. With each tale, listeners felt the weight of moral dilemmas, the thrill of rebellion against divine authority, and the longing for redemption. The Book of Giants does not shy away from the darker aspects of existence. It tells of the giants' hubris, their insatiable appetites for power and pleasure, and the inevitable downfall that followed. It reveals a world where the boundaries between the sacred and the profane blurred, where the celestial beings who were meant to guide humanity became embroiled in its destruction. This narrative resonates fiercely in the hearts of those grappling with their own imperfections and the chaotic nature of life. Among the fragments of the text, images flicker to life, giants wielding thunderous power, their laughter echoing like distant storms. They dared to challenge the heavens, but their audacity led to their undoing. The lessons embedded in these stories are timeless, a cautionary tale for every generation, urging humility in the face of an immense universe. As scholars sift through the remnants of the Book of Giants, they uncover connections to other religious traditions. In the shadowy corners of ancient texts such as the Hebrew Bible and the writings of early Christian thought, traces of these colossal figures can be found. The giants are not merely myth. They are intertwined with the very essence of spirituality. They beckon questions about sin, redemption, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Consider the echoes of the giants in modern religious thought, sermons that ring with echoes of ancient struggles, the battle between good and evil that plays out in congregations across the world. The giants serve as a metaphor for the internal conflicts that all humans face. Each soul carries its own giants, towering over the heart, demanding attention, threatening to crush beneath their weight. The stories of the Book of Giants become a mirror, reflecting the timeless human experience. In this intricate dance of legend and belief, the giants also provoke awe. They challenge believers to ponder the nature of divine justice. When the heavens decided to set things right, they unleashed a flood that wiped the giants from the earth. What does it say about the divine when even the mightiest are brought low? The question lingers, heavy with the tension of seeking answers in a world fraught with uncertainty. The Book of Giants also stirs the imagination of artists and writers, igniting creativity that transcends the ages. The imagery of giants has inspired countless works of literature and art, each interpretation framing their legacy anew. Legends of Goliath, of the titans and demigods of ancient cultures, all owe a debt to these towering figures. They appear in the dreams of storytellers, woven into the vibrant tapestry of human expression. In classrooms and lecture halls today, the Book of Giants commands attention. The young and old alike lean forward in their seats, captivated by the drama of a world where the lines between the human and the divine are blurred. Questions arise, discussions unfold, and the weight of theological implications hangs in the air like fog, thick and intoxicating. How do these ancient giants shape our understanding of God? What moral lessons do they impart? Each query pulls the listener deeper into the exploration of faith and existence. The emotional pull of the giants extends beyond academia. It seeps into the fabric of personal belief. Individuals reflect on the giants within themselves, the struggles they face daily, the fallen angels of ambition, the titans of doubt and despair. These are giants that reside in every heart, whispering doubts and fears that threaten to overwhelm. In this sense, the Book of Giants is not just about ancient beings. It's about the human condition, a testament to the battles we wage within. As the echoes of the past continue to resonate, the giants remain relevant. They symbolize the age-old search for meaning and the quest to understand our place in a universe filled with wonder and chaos. The lessons of the giants linger like a haunting melody, inviting contemplation in moments of stillness. The weight of their legacy presses down, forming a bridge between ancient wisdom and modern thought. The giants remind us that we are not alone in our struggles. They are the reminders of our shared journey through the labyrinth of existence. With each revelation, the tension builds, drawing the reader into a realm where the sacred and the profane intertwine, where stories of old continue to shape the minds and hearts of believers today. The giants stand not just as relics of the past, but as beacons illuminating the path forward, urging humanity to confront its own giants with courage and grace. Under the shadow of the towering cliffs, where the earth seemed to tremble with ancient stories, giants loom large in the collective imagination. Their massive forms, carved from the very fabric of history, have captivated hearts and minds across generations. In every corner of the world, from the swirling fog of the Scottish Highlands to the sun-bleached deserts of the American Southwest, whispers of giants echo through time. Each tale is a brushstroke on the canvas of human culture, painting emotions that resonate with both fear and admiration. In the misty valleys of old Europe, tales of Goliath and the great Cyclopes have etched themselves into the very bones of folklore. They are not mere stories. They are reflections of humanity's deepest fears and aspirations. When a child hears of a giant, there is a shiver of excitement mixed with a dash of terror. The concept of a being so much larger than life taps into primal instincts, the thrill of danger and the hope for heroes. The stories weave a rich tapestry that speaks to our desire to conquer the insurmountable. Across the ocean, in the heart of North America, legends of Sasquatch stir the imaginations of those who roam the forests. With each rustle of leaves or snap of a twig, the possibility of encountering this elusive giant sends chills down the spine. Testimonials from hikers and adventurers blend seamlessly with the lore, creating an intoxicating mix of fact and fiction. The existence of such a creature, whether real or not, becomes a symbol of the unknown, a reminder of nature's mystery and the awe it evokes. In ancient cultures, giants were often portrayed as gods or demigods, representing strength and power. In Greek mythology, the Titans ruled before the Olympians, colossal figures whose very essence shaped the world. Their stories are not simply tales of muscle and might. They are metaphors for the struggle between chaos and order. The emotional weight of these myths lingers in the air, leaving listeners breathless with the thought of what these great beings could accomplish or destroy. Fast forward to the present day, and the fascination with giants endures. In movies, they stride across screens, casting long shadows over the hearts of millions. Films like Jack the Giant Slayer and adaptations of classic tales breathe new life into age-old legends. Audiences are spellbound by the clash of titanic forces, their hearts racing as heroes face off against behemoths. Here, in the flickering glow of the theater, giants become more than just characters. They transform into vehicles of emotion, embodying the struggles and triumphs of the human spirit. The allure of giants goes beyond silver screens and folklore. In art, They are immortalized in sculptures and paintings, standing tall as symbols of human creativity. Artists have long been drawn to the dramatic imagery of giants, figures that evoke awe and wonder. These artworks speak to the past while igniting feelings of hope, courage, and resilience in those who gaze upon them. They tell stories of battles fought and won, of perseverance in the face of overwhelming odds, reminding us that giants can be both adversaries and allies in our personal quests. In literature, the giants of old find their place alongside modern heroes. Authors weave intricate narratives that explore the complexities of these colossal beings. In these pages, giants are not just monstrous figures. They are embodiments of human emotions: loneliness, love, fear, and redemption. Readers find themselves immersed in tales where giants tread the line between saviors and destroyers, making them relatable in their own struggles. They serve as mirrors, reflecting the inner battles we all face. The fascination with giants is not limited to folklore, art, or literature. In contemporary society, they manifest in various forms, from towering skyscrapers that scrape the sky to the larger-than-life personalities in popular culture. Icons in sports and entertainment are often regarded as giants in their fields, their achievements celebrated with fervor. Fans gather in stadiums, their hearts racing as they cheer for these modern-day titans, feeling a connection to something greater than themselves. Amidst all this, there lies an undeniable truth. The stories of giants resonate with an innate part of humanity. They remind us of our vulnerabilities while inspiring us to reach for greatness. When faced with insurmountable challenges, the image of a giant can ignite a fierce determination to overcome. The emotional pull of these tales transcends cultures and generations, weaving a thread that binds us together in a shared human experience. As the sun sets behind the horizon, casting long shadows over the earth, the presence of giants lingers on. They stand as symbols of possibility and impossibility, of dreams that feel both distant and attainable. The rich history that surrounds these figures serves as a bridge, connecting past and present, reminding us that the fascination with giants is a reflection of our own struggles, hopes, and dreams. We are all searching for our giants, whether they be literal or metaphorical, and in that search we find our own stories waiting to be told. In every whispered legend, in every artistic representation, the giants beckon. They call out, urging the next generation to listen, to feel, to carry the torch of these age-old tales into the future. And as the darkness deepens, their presence remains, a powerful reminder that, whether in fear or admiration, the fascination with giants will never fade. An eternal dance of emotion and tension that binds us to the very essence of our humanity.